X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just in arrogance when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep vaping with my mills, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom is screwed. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your face now. Let me show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. Everyone, today is my last day of being 24. Never again will I get to be 24 years old again. Today's the last day. I gotta enjoy it. It is so good to see all of you. You guys might notice, as I reveal it, I did a very slight amount of room cleaning. There wasn't really much in here to begin with, but what was in here I stocked away. I've officially finished moving. I am happy to say. I have officially finished moving. I am fully moved. My stuff's put away. All I need now is obviously I gotta buy furniture over time. I don't know how much furniture I really plan to buy, but yeah. Fresh trims and... oh yeah, I shaved as well, yes. I did in fact shave. It's a little patchy, because I did it kind of quick, but it's all good. It's all good. Who cares? No one's gonna notice. It's gonna grow out in like a day, and it'll be unnoticeable. Nobody likes when you're 24, lol? 25's the best number. That's the best age, apparently. That's the best time to be. What? Hold on. My website just showed that somebody donated. It didn't come up in chat at all, and it immediately disappeared from the feed. Let me try reloading. this and maybe it comes up. Okay, reloading it showed it in the chat, but it's not in the feed. That's really weird. Some donations, like the first of the day, just won't show up in the feed sometimes. It's weird. Frump, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub. What a great way to start off the stream today. Thank you so much. I don't know how many months that is, so let me know in chat, because I don't want to undercredit you. Thank you. Says, happy early birthday, Zan. I just had mine yesterday, and I'm treating myself with a sub, heart. Hope this goes well, or hope the stream goes well. Yeah, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Happy late birthday to you. Thank you for the early birthday gift. It's a 3-monther. Oh, thank you. I really appreciate that. How many is a tier 2 3-month? That's $24 dues right there. Wow. Holy crap, what a great way to start the stream. Thank you, Frump. I appreciate that. And followed up immediately by, as one would expect, Pepper T21, dropping 5 tier 1 gifted subs in the chat. I really hope Sonny the Martian, Lightning McQueen 420, Ishidignum, that's a really hard name to pronounce, I'm sorry. Prancing Goldfish and Mid Lantern appreciate the gifted tier 1 subs. I hope you like those blue names, guys. Thank you so much, Pepper T21. That is an additional $25. That puts us at $49 in like 5 seconds raised in the stream. That's crazy. We're gonna be doing quail content soon. I'm excited. God, I'm hyped for quail stuff. It's not even just gonna be quail content because I'm also doing a garden in my backyard. So there's a lot of backyard content that's going to be coming, and very soon I'll have you guys know. I already know what camera I'm getting, by the way. I think it's the Sony. I've got it bookmarked. It's an Amazon link that's bookmarked, but it's a Sony camera. It's a DSLR, and I can hook it up directly to my PC to transfer all the video recording data for editing and uploading. And on top of that, it's really high quality. It can record up to 4K, and on top of that, it can record up to like 240 frames. It's not like a high-speed slow-mo camera or anything, but like I can record some pretty high frame rate footage. It's pretty good. I haven't bought it yet, but I'm saving for it. Why is everyone talking about quail? And you did not spell quail right there, Gen 1X. Quail are small animals. They're little birds. They're like mini chickens. And I've wanted to raise them for quite some time, ever since my uncle started raising quail. And it's just, it just seems really nice, you know? The eggs are really cool. They're really good. They're free, especially. I mean, outside of the money you put into the quail themselves, you get kind of a free daily shipment of eggs in your backyard. So, yeah, it's going to be fun. And it's good content. I just got an anti-voting video in my YouTube feed, and I just feel disappointed. Well, I mean, right now there's a lot of anti-electoral stuff at the moment, right? Wisecrack released a video about The Boys 3 hours ago. Cool. Oh, it was from Second Thought. Oh, Second Thought is really dumb. You guys know that, like, one of the first dramas I ever had was with Second Thought. Like, man, I don't remember anything about them because they're so irrelevant now. But, they're an awful human being. Like Second Thought... Or, no, Second Thought... I'm thinking of someone else. Second Thought is the tanky guy. My bad. I was thinking, Essence of Thought is who I was thinking of. Like, OG way back in the day. Like, that was a long time ago drama that I was mistaking. Second Thought is the, like, viral Hassan Orbiter tanky YouTuber, yeah. Yeah, you know, it's really weird how many of these pretentious dipshit, like, lefty types put thought in their name. Like, Second Thought, Thought Slime, Essence of Thought. Like, these people... It's like the equivalent of using Logic or Logos in a conservative channel name. You know what I mean? You guys see what I'm talking about, right? Like, it's the lefty equivalent. You put thought in your username when you want to sound like completive and smart. Xander Hall, quick question. What's the best sugar for bees? I have a hive next door to my apartment. Is organic raw cane okay? Okay. Oh, okay. Listen to me very carefully. Do not give any animals cane sugar, all right? Hummingbirds and bees, I don't know about bees, but hummingbirds I know for a fact can't handle cane sugar. If you're going to give any animals sugar, you want to give them sugar water, And for bees, you want it to be a much higher sugar to water mixture. You can Google it to find out what what ratio you should use. I would recommend nothing but white granulated sugar mixed into warm, tap water. Make sure you've got tap water that's not dangerous or something. Like, I assume you're not living in Flint, Michigan, right? Mix that, and then just put out like a dish for the bees if you're trying to feed them. But ideally, if you can get it, and this is kind of hard because it's expensive, is real 100%, you know it's real organic honey. If you can feed, like if you've got bees and you want to feed them honey, like real organic 100% real, it has to be, and you have to know it's real honey, they'll prefer that over anything. Does Zan still see YouTube chat? I see like a sliver of YouTube chat. Yeah, I was talking about before, Animal Brent, I'm starting a garden. I've actually got, I could bring them downstairs if you want to see them, but I sprouted some sweet potatoes on my counter. I got some sweet potatoes, and I put them on a paper plate, and I just wet them every, like, other day. I just, like, ran them underneath the sink, and now they've got leaves. I just, like, fill this paper plate with water and let them sit there, and they just continuously sprouted more and more. They have leaves now. I don't know how long I can take this before I have to plant them, but they're pretty, like, I could go grab one if you want to see. Do you want to see one of the, here, really quick, I'll be right back. I'll grab one of the potatoes I sprouted for you guys to see. Behold, chat, the first member of my garden, the sweet potato that I sprouted on my counter. It really is that easy. You just put it in like a slightly dark place, like underneath your cabinets, and you just keep it like wet, and they sprout. They certainly sprout. So it's coming along. It's got little leaves starting to pop out. Do I need to plant it now, guys? Like, any gardeners in chat know? Like, do I need to plant this now? Because it's got some, like, potential death growth. Like, growth has died. I think it... Yeah, it's close to planting. Yeah, you should. Okay, I'm gonna plant it tonight. Or tomorrow morning. Either tonight or tomorrow morning, I'm gonna plant this. Fuck, I need soil. My backyard is really good, but it's kind of sandy. And so if I'm going to plant things, I want to, like, dig out a trough in a suitable spot and then fill it with soil and then plant it. Potato looks like it came from Mordor. It's a sweet potato. And yeah, this is just what a potato sprout looks like. They're actually kind of crazy. They're green. If I had like normal potatoes, which I'm sure I'll grow too, these sprouts would be green, but because it's a sweet potato, it's purple. And I think the leaves end up being like a base green with purple tips. I've grown sweet potatoes before in California. You can sprout these on accident on your counter, and I did once, and so we planted them, and they're big now. My mom sent me a photo recently of the sweet potatoes growing on her porch that we planted, and they're pretty big now. So I'm gonna plant these in my backyard. Netherwort-looking potato, true. This is a poison potato, by the way. Once they sprout, these sprouts are like super poisonous. Like, I'm pretty sure if I like picked this off and ate it, I would be dead in like an hour. I'm pretty sure that you're dead. Like, it kills you. Be really careful with potatoes. Do not eat any green parts of potatoes. That shit will kill you. Alright. I've returned. Didn't expect to join and see Zan with a potato? Well, I just wanted to show you guys what I was doing with my garden. Did my message not go through with the dono? It did go through, Pepper T21. I haven't read it yet. My bad. I got sunlocked. I understand why you might be confused, though. I've got a blanket that I'm sitting on right now, and it keeps rolling under the tires of my rolling chair, and it's not a pleasant experience. Sometimes my potato chips have green parts. You're fine in that case. If you cook them well enough, you can be fine sometimes. And if you fry them, like, you can be all right. I ate a potato with a green part once, and it gave me stage 5 diarrhea. Yeah, it's really a gamble. Try to avoid any green you see in potatoes. Like, if you see it in your prepared potato food, that was a mistake of its preparation, and you're gambling by eating it. So it's kind of up to you at that point to avoid the green. But usually, like, potato gets cooked pretty deeply in most way it's prepared, so it's pretty unlikely, yeah. Yeah, the green parts potatoes, not good for you. It's why Minecraft poison potatoes are so dangerous, and Mojang refuses to give them a use, because the existence of poison potatoes was literally added to the game solely for the sake of warning kids to avoid green potatoes. Because they're just poison. And a big part of why they'll never have a use is because they don't want kids to ever get the idea that there's any reason to hold on to them, or, like, they're meant to be a junk item that only hurts you and has no use, so that kids, like, know to not go near or drop or even pick up poison potatoes in Minecraft, much less real life. You know? They use the same logic for why they won't add sharks to the game and stuff like that. It worked. Yeah, they're truly garbage item. I've never thrown an item in Minecraft away than poison potatoes when I realize I have one in my inventory. Like, why is it there? Get it out. Sharks are cute, though? Yeah, but, you know, Mojang's logic is, A, they don't want to encourage kids to harm sharks if they're, like, a mob that killing them gets you something from. As if that would be a thing. And they also don't want to make them friendly, because that could encourage kids to want to, like, fuck around with sharks. And that may sound like, oh, when are kids swimming with sharks? To be fair, I grew up in Florida. I swam with a good few sharks, okay? But I don't know how many kids would, like, learn from Minecraft and go from there. But then again, there was that one kid who saved his sister's life by taunting a moose. Who remembers that? The kid said that he learned, he's a tank in World of Warcraft, and he realized his sister would get absolutely demolished by the moose, so he decided to taunt the moose and draw aggro, and then he played dead with the hunter ability Feign Death. And the moose fucked off, and his sister was okay. Who remembers that story? That story was super viral when it happened. He saved his sister's life from a moose, and credits everything he learned on how to do it to World of Warcraft, being like a hunter tank. Xanderhall, did you ever see a sand tiger shark? They look scarier than they actually are? I don't think so. I've seen a good few, like, nurse sharks and a good few reef sharks. Those are the most common you see in Florida. I don't know if... I've probably seen a good few bull sharks in the canal. Because when we'd see sharks in the canal, it was always like, there's something there. That's a shark. Oh, that's a shark. You could never really identify it unless it was really small and close to the, the edge of the canal where it was shallow and clear. But out in the deep, I mean, I would guess I've probably seen, like, 5 bull sharks. And bull sharks are the ones that are kind of scary. Because they love to be in that, like, brackish, tannic, dark water that you can't see, and they bite first and ask questions later, and they're pretty big, and they're pretty gnarly with their teeth, so, like, they're the ones that are most likely to fuck you up, you know? Not because they want to fuck you up, it's just that, like, they will fuck you up, because that's just how they do things. If you're up enough in freshwater, it's 100% a bull shark. Well, that's the thing. Bull sharks can handle brackish water and a little bit of, and, like, freshwater for a while. So there has been bull sharks that swam all the way up the Mississippi River to, like, surprisingly inland locations. It's happened. And bull sharks will swim whenever there's a flood. if there's like a storm surge and a big flood comes in, the bull sharks will swim inwards and get caught in like parking lots as the water recedes, and you'll have like some parking lot that's like really deep, full of water, and has a bull shark in it, you know, and like they gotta get wildlife people to come get it. I passed my history final because I was a huge Assassin's Creed fan in high school. Dog, there were so many times I was doing history tests in middle school when I was at my peak of Assassin's Creed fandom, and I would just like 100% know the answer to a question thanks to Assassin's Creed. Because a lot of those tests were on locations and dates, and when you're just reading from a textbook, that shit doesn't matter to you. But when it's an event, like the date of an event that is also like important to a game's storyline, it's so much easier to remember. Like, oh yeah, that quest happened in this, like in New York, because I remember, because, you know, that's the map I was playing. And yeah, yeah, you can just kind of like, yeah. Assassin's Creed came in clutch for so many history tests. Metal Gear 2? Yeah, Metal Gear is also surprisingly educational. Anyway, Pepper T21, I appreciate it. Says that guy made a new brain rot video. He put way too much effort in this time. What's this? CJ Mattis. Who is this? Oh, the Gen Alpha slang. Ah, okay, so this is Fallout 3, but it's Gen Alpha brain rot. Okay. Thank you, Pepper T21. Let's watch this. This should be top tier. These videos are really good. I don't want to tax the world on Phantom. Goes hard. The fucking Five Nights at the Fidget Spinner. Up your yacht. Oh my god. You're a mistake. The horny bat. Bonk. Be the next big VTuber. To Mew. It's the battle bus! Fuck! Of course it is! Amogus.
Deadass.
Deadass.
The same. On God. Since our step ancestors first discovered the rising power of Instagram and TikTok, Nut has been bus in the name of everything, from Gaiat to Hawk Tua to simple gamer rage. Mankind's goonish nature couldn't lock in, as the world was flushed down a skibbity toilet. Thousands of incels spared themselves from having to touch grass by taking refuge in enormous underground shelters, known as echo chambers. It is here you were put on. It is here you will eat a grimace shake. Because in Echo Chamber 101, no one ever thinks, and no one ever touches grass.
Touches grass.
Finally, it's out. Can I start vaping again now?
Let's see.
Finally, it's out. Can I start vaping again now? That's so real. Holy shit.
Idiot.
Boy political.
A girl. Did you really have to go and bus out a girl, Catherine? Just seems a little political to me, not gonna lie.
Jeez, can you please not be a cringy loser for 2 seconds? I just crapped life out of my front trunk. Cut me a break.
So cute. You're gonna cop me a ton of likes on the gram, no cap.
This is killing me.
Catherine, I really wish you had shaved your bush before this. The baby is covered in rug burn.
No, that's because you insist on handling her with Gucci gloves instead of latex.
Oh, hell no, man. What the...
That's a good name, don't you think?
It's not.
Fits you perfectly.
It doesn't.
Looks like FaceApp is finally loaded. Let's see what you'll look like with the age-up filter. You You're going to look a lot like your Discord daddy.
I knew you had a C-section because of the big-ass nose she got from you. You look like a fucking nose pass. Save some oxygen for the rest of us.
It's a big world out there, kitten, full of all sorts of simps. What type of streamer are you going to be?
Any
Some
more
of
of
your
this?
bathwater
I'm heading
or
back to lobby.
NFTs?
Catherine
Or do-
out.
Catherine, her heart is skipping beats. Why is this happening?
Skipping beats.
She's lost the will to live.
It's my cringe. My L takes were too much. Catherine, my guillot.
I want mommy, I want milk, I want to be
Pring-
held, I want
Dennis
to be comforted.
Pring.
And if you do not do all these things immediately, I will ruin your life.
Come on, over here, kitten.
Baby Gronk
Bring the fent
steps.
to daddy.
Bring the
Bring the
fent.
fent to daddy.
Why is this so
You've got to be
good?
kidding me. Only
Why
a
is
year
this so
old
good?
and already plug walking like a pro. Absolutely based. I'll just take that real quick. Now, Daddy's gonna go pick up some milk and cigarettes. Don't worry, I'm just right over here in the next room.
The
I'm not
vine
going
poo.
anywhere. You just keep reading, kitten. Daddy
It's
will
gotta be
back
real
just
hard to
like
be an
rocket.
absentee dad in Revolt. The car noise. What the fuck is he driving? Edge. These are all probably funny as fuck. I just read Edge.
It's my fault. You came out of nowhere. Sheesh. You're hurt for real. It's okay. I'm a doctor. I got the cure right here.
It's a gun, yep.
Sorry, buddy, but a Sigma's got to drive.
You've
with
got
purpose.
brain worms.
You can't just be using the crosswalk like that. Yeah.
You always want to make sure you want a 10 out of 10 Skibbity every time. You want a 10 out of 10 Skibbity, like 10 Skibbity passes so many checks. You always want 10 Skibbity.
Damn
Always.
it! I left my shovel at home. Dead ass. How
Okay,
the
good.
fuck
You got
am I
10
supposed to
Skibbity.
bury this guy's dead ass. Damn it! Didn't think I'd be peeping this little aura-draining shit stain again so quick. Could have sold that fent and been halfway to New Vegas.
New Vegas. Oh shit.
Hey there, kitten. Not gonna lie, there's a beta out here who went to sleep after hugging Daddy's car a little too hard. Now, some simps out there might call Daddy a criminal, but you know what the Bible says about this? Rizzolation 420. I am Alpha and Sigma, the Chud and the Chad. I will shill unto him who is thirsty as fuck. The gamer girl bathwater of life. Now, I don't know what all that means. It sounds like a bunch of cap. But I'm pretty sure it means Daddy isn't guilty for Tokyo drifting into that beta and his cuck family. Pull up, kitten. We're gonna go play Get Rid of the Body. Again. You've been a handful.
Why is this so good?
Forget Fent. I'm getting more into lean now.
That Grimace Shake
Now
lean.
that you're old enough, you can share a sip of lean with me every so often.
Hell
All right,
yeah.
here's your simp boy. And before you ask that stupid question, here's your answer. Yes, there are indeed,
Indeed,
games
games
on it.
on it.
Anyway, let's get back to lean. Some say lean makes you go blind, but I think that's cap.
It's so nice to get a chance to speak to a young person. Now, I may not understand the lingo you kids say these days, but as long as we can hold conversations with each other, generally,
My simp boy doesn't have any games. How am I supposed to avoid my existential
Oh, fuck.
crisis without my
Oh, it's
games?
perfect.
Give me it. God gave me 2 hands.
Oh god.
I saw you throwing hands with bitch earlier. I did some thinking, and I came up with some ways for you to clap back in a safe and stable manner. That's right, I bought you a gun. Line up the targets, kitten. Just imagine its bitch's stupid face. That was clean as fuck. This is healthy. I'm an S-class father right now. A Chad Roach. It's my kitten's first boss fight. No kizzy. Chat, are you seeing this right now?
Chat. Chat, are you seeing this? Chat, did you see that? She killed the rad roach. Chat, holy shit, did you see that? Holy shit,
Nice
chat.
grind,
Oh
kitten.
my god.
You ganked that Chad Roach like a true Sigma. Pull up,
Chad
kitten.
Roach.
This one's gonna eat on the gram for real.
Okay, we're literally halfway through it, and this is like art. This is pure art, and I'm in heaven right now. But I know you guys probably aren't enjoying it anywhere near as much as I am, so I'll wrap that up there. Thank you so much, Pepper T21. I appreciate it. Oh, that was pure art. TSW Shadow Wolf, thank you so much for the $5 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Said, Zan, I've been playing around with my Beyblades trying to find a good combo for both Cobalt Dragoon and Black Shell 960 Taper for Dragoon and 560 Low Flat for Shell. Also, my party stadium came today. I'm really happy for you, but I have no idea what any of that meant, but I'm sure people in chat who do are happy for you as well. Thank you for the $5, TSW Shadow Wolf. Thank you, thank you. Let me update the dono goal really fast, then I guess it's time for us to start segment 1 of the day, chat. God, I think I've got like a hair from shaving in my eye. Oh. Horrendous. Oh, quick announcement by the way, my editor, my good lovely editor Ethan, has finally finished moving. Bro goes from consecutively, and I mean like a day in between, maybe 2, from a hurricane that knocks his power out for like a fucking week. I think it was like 6 days or 5 days or something like that, to moving across the country, by car, mind you. And so he's driving with his friend, who drives from very near to where he's moving, all the way down to where he is to, like, pick him up and with his stuff so they can drive up to where he's living now. And, in Arkansas, Ethan is driving, and there is a semi-truck behind him, and a semi-truck in front of him, like a 14-wheeler, like a big semi-truck, like a trucker truck. And he's in Arkansas, and he's coming off of a freeway, from my understanding, and he's approaching his exit. The problem is he's so densely packed between these 14-wheelers. Now, I'm not going to shit-talk Ethan. He's not, but he isn't a very experienced driver, nor am I. But something I've heard many times from far more experienced drivers is that when you are on any road and there are 14-wheelers or big semi-trucks, do everything in your power to get the fuck away from them. You don't want to be behind them, you don't want to be in front of them, you don't want to be between them, you don't want to be anywhere around them, because they will annihilate you if there is a car accident. If they so much as have to hit the brakes and you end up smashing into them, you're done. So it is best to just, if you can, switch lanes, pull off, avoid them as much as possible. So I'm not shit-talking Ethan. This is unfortunately a situation where he's learned that lesson the hard way of stay the fuck away from big trucks on the road when you're driving like a van or a smaller car. But thankfully, he was able to survive what proceeded. He's driving, and he needs to get off his exit. And he can't. And something happens. I don't know all the details because I still haven't talked to him in big detail yet, but he couldn't get to his exit. And he tried to, and he couldn't. And the only way to prevent getting crushed by these semi-trucks was to purposefully drive into a ditch. Like, into a ditch. Like, into it. Not like, yeah, you're just kind of like riding into the ditch, like sort of swerving into it. No, driving into the ditch. And so that's what he did. Thank God, his cat, who was in the car with him, completely fine. I think he was holding the cat, and so the cat did not get hurt in the slightest. His computer survived as well, which is the thing that he edits for me on. And like, you know, we game on that and shit and talk on Discord and that, so that would really suck if his very expensive computer got fucked up. Nobody got hurt. Nothing got hurt. Kitty is okay. Everything was fine. They did have to replace a tire, but they were able to get right back on the road the next morning after staying at a hotel, and it barely fucked up their scheduling. So they like, Ethan got to his new place last night, and he got set up, and he's editing right now. Like, he's literally, like, today, it's his first day in his new place, and he's editing the videos that have been uploaded to our Google Drive. So uploads will be resuming, 3 uploads a day as normal tomorrow, and we'll be back on that. Plus, Ethan has way better internet now. Holy shit. He did a speed test, and his internet's roughly 12 to 16 times faster in both respects, like upload and download, and it's not shit internet is the biggest thing. Like, his internet could have been tenable even as bad as it was if it was stable, but it wasn't stable. It went out constantly. It like fluctuated, it garbled. Now he's got like solid internet that doesn't go in and out and like isn't super inconsistent and unstable, so it's just, oh my god, across the board. Everything feels better, and tomorrow's my birthday, so we're in a good spot. We're feeling good. Not to mention, despite not uploading at all for the last 5 days or streaming for the last 3, my like sub growth has been psychotic. Have you guys seen it? Like, what the fuck's going on? Did one of my videos go viral or something? Because I've been gaining like 100 to 200 subs a day, for fucking 2 weeks, you know? It's been like 2 weeks. I've been gaining like 100 minimum subs a day. It was the Trump Epstein video. That one just did really well, huh? How old are you turning again, Zam? Like 24? I am 24. I'm turning 25 tomorrow. Because the election, that's a big part of it too, yeah. Yeah, Ethan lives near me now too, so I'm see if I can invite him to lunch when I go on vacation in his state, no Doxerino. Hell yeah. Zan, could you do a future segment on the insanity that is the UTTP crowd? I'd be surprised if you don't know who they are. They're everywhere on a lot of massive YouTube channels. UTTP. No, I don't know who that is. Maybe if it wasn't the acronym, I might know. I might not know them by the acronym. I'm seeing clips of yours pop up all over TikTok. It's wild. Really? Huh. Well, to anybody who's watching, be aware that I am completely fine with you uploading clips of me and even monetizing them for yourselves. I will not claim you. I will not strike you or take you down. I do ask that you give, like, credit, like, I don't know, like a link or a time, or like a... My content already has, like a thing that has my name on it, so if you upload a clip of me, unless you cut that out or edit it out, it's pretty hard for me not to be credited. So I'm fine with you uploading clips of me, and frankly, if you can upload clips of me and make a living doing that, monetizing it, go right the fuck ahead. You have my full blessing to do so on any platform, including TikTok. I'm very aware of how YouTube as an ecosystem works. It is objectively beneficial to me to have people uploading on separate channels, even fully monetized for themselves, clips of my content. Even if they weren't crediting me, it would still be worth it in the end, because if someone stumbles across it and likes my videos, they will do what's necessary to find me. They'll find me. So it's basically just widening the net even more than I can. So yeah, if you guys want to do that and you guys think it sounds like an interesting way to make some extra money if you can get it monetized and do that, full permission from me. So yeah, to those TikTokers out there, thank you for that, and you've got my full blessing to continue and monetize it in any way you like. You won't have any issues with me. I'm also never going to be part of any agency or like I'm never going to have like a management company, so you never have to worry about like a company claiming on my behalf. That's never going to be a thing. So Demon Mama compared Zan to Epstein as a joke because he was defending Biden. Yeah, both Demon Mama and Vosh burned the bridge with me. Like, they're the ones who burned the bridge, to be very clear, over, like, the very slightest criticism. And they all came out with, like, very rude insults. Like, they immediately jumped to, like, nuclear insults out of nowhere. And I've always been of the belief that, like, if you have a relationship of some kind with someone and something comes up and they like immediately nuke it and say like the worst shit about you, there was never anything really there in the first place. And I apply this across the board, right? Like obviously there was nothing really there with me and Keffel's friendship. on my end, because like from the beginning I just felt like things were off, and over time as I learned more like rumors and over time it started to be things, I had a very, there's a reason that bridge got nuked by me so easily and so quick. But yeah, Vosh just straight calling you a drama hound and part of Blue Maga was crazy. Yeah, Demon Mama comparing me to Epstein for some reason. I don't know what the deal is there, but yeah. Oh man, I'm sorry, Zan. Oh no, it's all good. Trust me. I have not spoken to these people since the Keffels drama happened, to be clear. It's been like 7 months since I spoke to Demon Mama or Vosh. So, and neither of them reached out to talk to me after it came out that Keffels was a scammer. And like all the other shit that came out with like the contaminated HRT vials that were sent out by the person that she was promoting. There were trans dudes having to repeatedly send back vials of testosterone because they had hair contamination in them. I don't know if you guys know, but anything injected into you that has a contamination in it, that's like really fucking bad. That's seriously dangerous to young trans people. But even though that all came out and like Keffels weaponized the shit out of Vosh and Demon Mama during that drama, like against me, like Demon Mama reached out during the drama and was like semi-defensive of Keffels, but in like a very didn't want to take sides kind of way. And then Vosh just like didn't say anything, you know, like he was just completely not involved. So I didn't really fault him, but at the same time it was like, I haven't spoken to him or Demon Mama in a while. DM doesn't have anything against you. She was more confused than anything else. I mean, she compared me to Epstein, dog. Like, you can say that. You can try to, like, say, oh, but Zan, you should, like, grovel and try to get the bridge rebuilt. But, like, she compared me to Epstein. It's very clear that, like, there's no mending that. Mind you, I didn't burn these bridges. I burned the Keffels Bridge. I nuked. I orbital striked the Keffels Bridge. And never have I been proven more correct after getting so much shit than orbital striking the Keffels Bridge. Good God. Outside of that, though, yeah, like, I didn't burn the bridge with Vosh and Demon Mama. They burned it with me. There's nothing that I'm doing on my front to repair that. The ball's in their court. I have no idea what drama this is, TBH. Okay, so basically, over the course of weeks, or actually I should say over the course of the last year and a half, Demon Mama and Vosh have done an extremely, basically only content negatively covering Biden. And mind you, Biden was the nominee, right? Like, unless you could see into the future, like, shitting on Biden, especially in the last year leading up to the election, is just really dumb. And it's not just from a, like, okay, the house is on fire, and you're complaining that the hot water heater isn't working. And the response is, well, do you think just because the house is on fire, we shouldn't be concerned about the fact that there's no hot water? My answer is, of course, yes. Yes, who cares if there's no hot water if the house is on fire, the house fire being Trump, the broken hot water heater being Biden, and his flaws. There's that conversation, obviously, is always the one that can be had, but more so in the respect that Biden has achieved seriously impressive things, and now those achievements carry over to Kamala. I feel like there's a lot less, hesitance to accept the things that Biden has achieved, now that those accomplishments can also be attributed to Kamala, who's this, like, golden child now out of nowhere. Like, it really does feel like what the fuck happened? Where was this enthusiasm for Kamala during the primaries, or even before, when she was the vice president? Since when did everyone like Kamala so much? I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just, okay, all right, sure, all right. But there was a lack of credit being given to Biden for extremely huge accomplishments he was making, and a hyper-focusing on... When it was the Gaza-Palestine, like the Gaza-Israel stuff, it was respectable because, like, okay, that's a serious issue and we're calling out real problems. But when Biden began to be, like, the foremost politician in America, even within the entire issue, pushing for a ceasefire and an ending of the conflict and an ending of the death, and the enmity continued to be focused on Biden, I was like, okay, so what's the deal now? Like, we're months out from the election. What's the deal, right? And I kind of tussled around with the idea of maybe calling out, like, Vosh or Demon Mama or both of them in, like, a friendly way, because we're friends, and I'd like to have it be a conversation. Like, if I can have a productive conversation with anybody in this sphere, it should be them, right? I have before as well. So it's weird that this went so nuclear in particular. But I was like, okay, all right. Over time, I just kind of felt the desire to cover that welling up. People were requesting it as well. And what made me decide to do it was when my buddy Ethan, who is my editor, pointed out that Vosh was A/B testing thumbnails, ones that were more like neutral in their presentation of Biden, like it'd just be a picture of Biden pointing at a podium, and another thumbnail that would be like Biden, but it's like framed like he's a demon or something, right? Like a really negative thumbnail of Biden. And A/B testing is when you upload multiple thumbnails and YouTube like cycles through them in recommendations. So you might notice a video with multiple thumbnails, but it's the same video getting recommended to you. Wendigoon A/B tests his videos, and a video that he's A/B testing right now, you might have noticed, is his kudzu video. Kudzu is an invasive vine. I've known of this problem for a long time because I grew up in Florida. It's a big problem. It's also a big problem up here. But Wendigoon has at least 2 thumbnails he's using for that video because I've seen both of them, and he's A/B testing them. And so Ethan noticed that Vosh was A/B testing his thumbnails to try and see if like the anti-Biden thumbnails were getting more clicks, and they were, and so that's what they stuck as. When that got pointed out, that was when I decided, okay, I'm going to make a video calling out the anti-Biden stuff. It's not just the anti-Biden stuff, it's the no coverage of Biden's accomplishments and all anti-Biden stuff, right? So I call it out, and the particular narrative that's like the most present at the time is that Biden should drop out. Now, at the start of this, it was like there was polling that was not very strong in favor of Biden. I was encouraging people not to panic because it was just doomer. Vosh was one of the people basically doomering about these polls, which was making people panic. I know that many of you jumped ship from Vosh's channel to join here and get away from the doomering. I know many of you have reported that to me, so I don't think I really need to go into much detail in that respect. But he was doomering really heavy, and I've made it a goal of mine to not succumb to that doomerism and to continuously encourage you guys to enthusiastically support the nominee for the Democratic Party. And calling for the current guy who 3 months out from the election, there is no reason to believe he's going to step down, especially after multiple times saying he won't. I'm like, okay, so your repetitive calls for him to step down, it's insane. Okay, it's like you got to stop now. Like, this is the most shooting yourself in the foot situation that it gets, right? It is unprecedented for what you are asking for to actually happen, right? But I can't see into the future, and to be fair, neither can Vosh or Demon Mama or any of the people calling for this. But do you know who ended up calling for Biden to step down? I think Hutch referred to him as the final boss of the Democratic Party, Obama. Barack Obama, in private apparently, called for, and it leaked if I remember correctly, called for Biden to step down, and that's what did it. That's what did it. When Obama calls, like what Obama says goes, and so Biden did it. Now I've been thinking, like, why was there such a heavy Democrat push for Biden to step down? I don't believe that it's his age or his health. I think his age and health are as good and bad as they have been. Like, he was just as bad in 2020. Like, I went back and I watched some of those videos, and I mean, like, the difference from 2012 to 2020 is pretty big, but the difference from 2020 to 2024 is like nothing. So it doesn't seem like it's that, but I will say Biden is old. Like, Biden is not, he doesn't have that long in him, like, on a grand scheme of things. So the idea of Biden winning even in November isn't really a best case scenario for the Democratic Party when you really think about it. The more I think about this, the more smart of a decision this is from the Democratic Party's perspective as an investment. Because you'll know that having a living ex-president who is able to endorse members of your party in future elections is huge. That is a massive deal. And Biden might be able to get a second term, and he might be able to be the next, president again, and that's great for the Democratic Party. It's great for the country. But I don't know how long after his second term Biden is realistically going to live to endorse future candidates, right? He's not going to be that politically useful post-presidency for the Democratic Party in a long-term scale consideration. Kamala, on the other hand, is young. Even if her chances were perhaps slightly lower than Biden's from a logical perspective of, well, she's never beaten Trump before except for as vice president, the logic still follows. But if she does win, she's got decades where she can be a President Kamala Harris who can endorse future nominees. And that's a big deal. A benefit that you don't get from a second Biden term. That alone, before we could even know what happened, because mind you, guys, a lot of you guys are listing things that you can't know would happen until after Kamala took Biden's place, right? Like, none of us here are time travelers, I assume. So let's talk about things from what we knew at the time. From that perspective, that was the best, I think that's the best reason for replacing Biden, is the idea that post-presidency, Kamala would actively be, or actually be, a better investment, a better long-term investment than Biden. Regardless, though, at the time, pretty unprecedented and pretty dumb to just constantly call for the presumptive nominee in Biden to step down, right? It really just seemed like shooting the guy who was going to run against Trump in the foot, right? And I didn't want to play into the doomerism. And I called it out with tragically bad timing in that the most unprecedented event in modern American politics outside of the recent assassination attempt on Trump occurred, and that the Democratic Party ousted the incumbent sitting president, and the current vice president took his place. Though I would like to remind you all, hilariously, that the entire reason I called out the calls for Biden to step down in the first place was because it was part of a attack campaign by progressive content creators against the current administration. One that has been objectively amazing and deserves credit, and not nonstop vitriol. And so we've gone from overnight nonstop attacking this administration to memeing worship for the vice president of this administration. And so the people that are shitting on me for my defense of Biden, my response to you time and time again is, do you remember who the other half of the administration I've been making videos about their accomplishments of has been? I've spent the last years making videos about the accomplishments of Kamala and Biden. Meanwhile, Vosh, Demon Mama, these YouTubers have been shitting on Kamala's administration for the last 2 years. So even if they start making pro-Kamala content today, I've been ahead of them for a year, 2 years now. More. So, that is basically my recap of the drama, and my message to those who are salty at me. But yeah, I'd say I'm very happy with how things have turned out. Vosh used to be pro-Biden admin. I mean, I don't know what happened, but just I think around the Israel-Palestine stuff, October 7th, it really swung in the worst direction, I think. Also, DM was kind of jerk, and it disappointing to see her becoming jerky, especially she fell for the drama frog clips. Yeah, they're probably watching right now too. I mean, they're some of the most dedicated viewers you can have as a content creator, but every streamer has a dedicated anti-fan base who are people that watch just as they click your streams and your videos faster, if not as fast as your biggest parasocial fanboys, right? And they watch and they wait for you to say something that can be clipped out of context. If it can be clipped out of context to post on Twitter, then they post it, and they shit talk you with a little caption like where they add like a little zinger and then it gets like a 1,000 likes or something on Twitter. It's like a good little post. Those happen, but then there's the drama frogs who are looking for clips they can take or timestamps they can take to go to another streamer. Like, let's say I mention, you know, Vosh said this thing on stream the other day. I think it was kind of cringe. I'll talk to him about it. Before I could ever, like, go talk to him about it, and this is just an example, like, this could be any content creator, this could be any disagreement. Before any, like, private reconciliation could be made about a disagreement, they've clipped that, or taken the timestamp, messaged that streamer, if they're live especially, and because there's a live, particularly because it's live, it ends up being a big performative thing, and then they've basically managed to seed a bridge burning, right? When it could have before and was supposed to be more of like a, like, hey, I disagreed with this thing. You want to talk about it? Oh, yeah, let's talk about it, right? Oh, yeah, Chud Logic is a good example. For those who don't know, Chud Logic's editor is a Nazi, and when I announced that I had COVID, his editor quote tweeted me saying, I'm praying for COVID, long COVID, to take this guy out. Like, Chud Logic and his editor want me to die. Like, they really hate me for some reason. It's weird, because when Chud Logic was caught sexting a 17-year-old, now to be fair, said 17-year-old lied to him about her age, but he was sexting a 17-year-old. I saw the evidence. I saw the screenshots. I saw that she had lied to him about her age, and I came out to his defense. I was one of the very few people at the time that came out to his defense. So it's really wild how, like, once he... There was this time where, like, he was a lefty content creator, but then he just, like, flipped to being, like, a commentary Chud channel. Like, Chud Logic used to be an ironic name, for those that didn't know. Now he's, like, obsessed with me and wants me to die. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what I did to piss in his cereal. I don't know if I, like, fucked a girl that he was into or something. I don't know. He certainly acts like it. Unfortunately, I think my taste in women is a bit too old for his liking. True, maybe Chud Logic wants to fuck me. You're right. Maybe I get his little pee-pee hard. Could be the case. That was definitely the case for Flamenco. I think Flamenco wanted to fuck me. I think bro was, like, long stroke into my streams, low-key. Like, definitely. I think Flamenco was long stroke into my streams, dude. Like, edging for hours. Hours of edging. There's no other explanation. I stopped watching Zan for 1 to 2 months and the entire social circle is different. Dude, my stream is the most eventful in all of the platform, okay? You will never beat the developments and the storylines we get in the Xanderhal saga, okay? Like, my real life has tons of, like, sagas and, like, adventures and shit, okay? We're the same thing carries over to streams, all right? There will never be a boring month here, you know? Like, we might have, like, a week or two where nothing too crazy happens, but we don't go a whole month before something crazy happens here. There's always something. Anyway. War Penguin, thank you for the $10 reduce. I appreciate it. Said happy birthday. Ah, thank you. I appreciate that very, very much. Thank you, thank you. Happy birthday to you too, War Penguin. Happy birthday to you too. And then because I don't want to not credit, Prim Dolphin, thank you for the Tier 1 membership over on YouTube. I really appreciate that. Sorry for not getting to it sooner. As you know, it takes a bit for me to get through donos and stuff. Thank you so much. I appreciate the membership. Same goes to Intel Fox 51 with the $51 super chat. God damn, thank you. Said happy birthday, Zan. Here's a very late gift, Uwu. Well, you're actually early. My birthday's tomorrow. I turn 25 tomorrow on July 27th. My birthday was July 27th, 1999. So, yeah, you're actually early with that donation. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Although, to be fair, because it's YouTube, it will arrive, like, a month late. So, I guess you are right in the end. Because it is, I am going to get that, like, a month from now. Prim Dolphin, thank you for the $5 Canadian dues. The Monopoly money says, some pro-Palestine activists have turned on Kamala and calling her kid killer Kamala. They're now promoting Jill Stein. That's very fun. I mean, it's the same crowd. I would not be surprised if, like, the Kamala support evaporates from a lot of the online left that's, like, super hyped about Biden getting replaced. Like, I would be surprised if the level of enthusiasm the online left has for Kamala right now persists. Like, I would be so fucking surprised. No, me and Hunter are friends, Eric Killmonger. Hunter's based. Hunter agrees with me, if you're not aware, Eric Killmonger. Like, on this whole situation, I don't know if you're, like, trying to start shit, because I think I saw you type a few mean things in chat, and you're trying to be like, you should start... What, are you going to start drama with Hunter next? I don't know if you know, but Hunter agrees with me in this. I'm Hunter's mod, I do like him. Okay, I didn't know if you were shit-talking, but yeah, I'm pretty certain Hunter agrees here. I'm having a lot of scans. Fampa MRI spine today. I got nerve damage, but at least I got it fixed for free, eh? Oh my god, the Dark Canuck. I'm sorry to hear that. That's fucking awful. Surgery fucking sucks. Are you and Cirrus still cool? Oh yeah, me and Cirrus are cool. Me and Cirrus have been friends for a long fucking time. Do you guys, like, Classic WoW launched in 2019, and me and Cirrus were already friends then so much that we stayed up till 5 a.m., me, Balthazar, and Cirrus, grinding the fuck out of Classic WoW on launch night, waiting in queue when we got kicked and getting back in, just pulling all-nighters for, like, the first week of Classic WoW launch in 2019. Like, me and Cirrus were already good friends, that much so, in 2019. Me and Cirrus are cool, okay? Like, we're good. Like, yeah, I haven't talked to Cirrus in a hot minute just because I've been so busy with life stuff, like, but yeah, we're fine. I know I've got a reputation lately for, like, bridge nuking or whatever, but to be fair, I did not burn the bridge with Vosh and Demon Mama, and I was completely right to burn the bridge with Keffals. You can say that I'm, like, quick to burn bridges and stuff, that's fine, but when it's, like, consistently proven to be the right choice time and time again... Can you guys really give me crap for it? And when the most recent ones that I would say are less reasonable if I had just nuked the bridge over it weren't even me burning the bridge? Like, if Vosh messaged me like, hey, sorry about what I said, if you want to come on stream and talk this out, I'd be happy, or even just talk it out in private or something, I'd be fine. Like, that'd be cool. I'd be a little sore over some of the stuff that he and Demon Mama have said, but I'd be cool. I did not burn that bridge. I am not the one holding a grudge, okay? Zan's an oracle. I don't doubt him. I mean, I'm not an oracle. I didn't predict that Biden would step down and Kamala would take his place. Nor did I predict that Kamala would be able to bring out as much support as she has. I did not expect that. Though Kamala's polling is about the same as Biden's, from what I'm seeing. I might be wrong. Maybe there's been more polling that's come out in the last 2 days that's better. But the Reuters polling that keeps coming up in my timeline is like, at most, Kamala has a point on Biden. And it's like, I'm happy for the enthusiasm for Kamala, but the fact that all this was done for, from what I can tell, a 1-point increase in the polls is wild to me. But hey, I mean, there's a lot of other strategic advantages we can get. If Kamala gets in the White House, it is objectively better than if we get Biden in the White House. A Kamala presidency, in my opinion, for not necessarily policy reasons, but strategy reasons, political strategy reasons, is better than a Biden presidency. So even though I did not expect this, and I thought it was dumb to suggest that we should pursue this, I will not look a gift horse in the mouth. The donos are pretty big, yeah. Her raising so much money is pretty huge. That's a big difference between her and Biden, to be fair. That is a pretty big difference, yeah. But the polling's not as different as I expect, right? Also, as much as I like DM, I think her anti-Biden stuff made her hate libs even more, and it's just disappointing to see her. Well, okay, I mean, I'm friends with Demon Mama. Like, I hung out with her. She hates liberals. Like, she considers liberals to be like the left wing of fascism, and so does Vosh. Like, you guys know that, right? Like, Vosh and Demon Mama consider liberals to be the left wing of fascism. So, like, like, liberals are their political adversary at the end of the day. Like, yeah, there's some agreements on some things, but at the end of the day, they hate liberals, and that will guide their politics at the end of the day. Like, they are hardcore leftists in that way. So, I don't think I'm really a hardcore leftist. I mean, I guess policy-wise, I like the idea of market socialism. You know, like that's pretty fucking radical, market socialism being my ideal. Like, I actually believe that market socialism would work for America. I think it would be phenomenal. I don't think homeless people should exist. I don't think that bills for any sort of healthcare should exist. Or, like, I don't think you should have to pay for healthcare. I don't think you should have to pay for housing. I don't think that life should be conditional on work. But I also think there should be a market, you know? Like, I think the existence of a market is fine. I think money existing, Zan phrasing. How'd I phrase things badly? I didn't even catch how I phrased things wrong. I still like the idea of there being, oh, homeless shouldn't exist. Is that, no, I don't think the homelessness should exist, right? Like, there should not be homelessness. You should not have to conditionally, like, get housing or conditionally get healthcare or conditionally get food. These should not be things that are conditional when, like, the provision of these things in the most wealthy, powerful country on the planet, obviously. But I still believe in money, markets, private property. These are still things I think are good. So yeah, I don't know if I'd go as far as them, and I think that's where a big part of the line might exist, I guess. Oh. Yeah, I think the best label for myself is just progressive, you know? That's funny because leftists unironically helped Hitler rise to power by refusing to work with Hitler, if I remember correctly. That makes no sense. What? They refused to help Hitler rise to power, so he rose to power unless they helped him. What? Maybe that's right, but you just explained it badly, but I don't know what you're referring to. I know that they're... Oh, the liberals. Ah, okay. Yeah, but it's just not really comparable in that respect. The, like, Weimar Republic, like, 1930s liberals, as we know them then, and the liberals of today. The fact is that the liberals of today in America recognize that the Republican Party wants to destroy our democracy. That's the fundamental difference. The liberals of the Weimar Republic did not believe that the Nazi Party and the Chancellor Hitler wanted to annihilate German democracy and institute fascism. They didn't believe that. There was a long time where the left supported that party before things became evident, right? There was a betrayal within the party. The what was it called in German? I know it was called Night of the Long Knives. What was it called in German? When all the communists in the government, all the liberals, all the socialists, all the non-Nazi regime supporters just got killed. They were parts of the government. They fought, but they at the end of the day, they were complicit, right? They were complicit. That was the big... No, Kristallnacht was when the Nazis took to the streets and vandalized Jewish businesses. That was Night of Broken Glass. So the liberals of Weimar Republic were complicit in the rise of Hitler. But they were complicit... Like, they weren't calling out what Hitler was clearly trying to do. Now... The liberals, the Democratic Party, is running on the idea that Trump wants to destroy our democracy and institute fascism. These are not comparable situations, and these liberals are not comparable. The Weimar Republic was flawed from the start and was nowhere near as progressive as people think it was. Yeah, I don't... I hear a lot of, like, dick riding for the Weimar Republic, and I feel like it's gotta be a lot of soy. Like a lot of Reddit soy at the end of the day. I don't know. Maybe we'll do a big research stream into the Nazis' rise to power in Germany. Just do a big old fat fucking juicy research stream. Just play like FF14 and level crafters and like audio, like because I have a text to speech program. I take like articles and I copy the text and paste it into the text to speech thing. I just listen to the text to speech while grinding WoW and just researching on stream, or not WoW, FF14 crafters. Sorry. I play much more FF14 these days. That could be a fun time. I think that could be good content. Not good content, but like educational. The research has to be done, you know. I want to be able to have that to pull from. Three Arrows is cool, but guys, like, I don't research stuff from YouTubers. Like, you can't be a good political YouTuber and your research be other YouTubers. At that point, you're just, like, you're basically making YouTube into a human centipede of information, and that's not useful. I feel like a big reason my content has grown so much in the last 6 months is that I've gone so out of my way to pull information from sources that you guys won't be getting your information from, and the people you do get your information from don't get their information from. So a lot of articles have been getting read. A lot of mainstream news has been getting read, not alt media. And so it's like, I feel that topics that aren't really touched upon, I've been touching upon more, and that's been a big benefit. But you can't do that if you're just learning about these things from other YouTubers, right? At that point, you're just the next person in the human centipede. I want to go find, like, a fresh meal, right? Somewhere out there in the world, you know, just find myself a fresh meal. Hey, Ava Griddle, what's up? Tankies are denying Project 2025 exists? Yep, they do love doing that. Alejandro Barrera, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, can't talk much because I'm at work, but will you streak tomorrow? Or no, since it's your birthday, just curious, thank you for the content. Well, I won't be streaking, that is to say, getting naked and running across, like, a public location. I won't be doing that on my birthday, but I will be streaming tomorrow, yes. I'm just fucking with you. I know what you meant. But yeah, I'll be streaming tomorrow. A pretty short stream, probably, because it's going to be my birthday and I want to go out and do things. I'm hoping to go out. I'm hoping to wake up tomorrow, stream before noon, leave the house before noon, and go to the shooting range. I want to take my Glock to the shooting range and just have a grand old time shooting guns on my birthday. I did that on my birthday last year. I plan to shoot some guns on my birthday again this year as well. Nothing I like doing more on my birthday than shooting guns. 4th of July, also a great time to shoot guns, but I didn't do that this year. I've read a lot about too, but is German, can read German sources unlike me. There's translations, I'm sure. This information is very readily available if you're willing to look for it, I imagine. Project 2025, no Trump's plan is Agenda 47, which is totally different, but I will not explain how. Anyway, I think I've decided I'm not a leftist anymore because the idea that Trump may win and I'll have to stay in the closet because leftists are the least protected. Don't reread that message, okay? That's not how politics. Your labels for politics are useful, but at the end of the day, they are useless for you. Like, they're useful for, like, giving a generalized idea of where you sit for, like, people that you meet, other people, but for you, you're, like, you shouldn't have a label for your politics that, like, you apply to yourself and try to uphold for yourself, right? That's dumb. You should have, like, a long list of ideals, beliefs, and, like, knowledge that you pull from, like information and opinions on things that you pull from that guide your positions. Why is he crying? Who's crying? D is crying. Call him. Who's D? Destiny? I don't think. Wait, no. I think I do have Destiny on Discord. Funnily enough. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, I somehow I still have Destiny on my friend. No, it makes sense why I'd have Destiny on Discord, because I did shows with him back in the day. There were a lot of, back during the panel show era, when, like, Dylan Burns did Hippy Dippy and stuff, I went on, like, a good few times with Destiny, so that makes sense why I'd have him on my Discord friends list, yeah. Oh yeah, good point brought up, doesn't Destiny hate you? I don't think he hates me, no. I don't think he likes me, but I don't think he hates me. I don't think he has an opinion on me, to be completely honest with you. A good point brought up by my mom, ironically, because she's watching the stream and DM'd me. Jill Stein has, like, outright connections to Russia. like, yeah. A lot of a lot of, like, the super-duper anti-vote lefty folks have connections to Russia, and a lot of the far right has connections to Russia. Russia has invested a lot in destabilizing American democracy. Yeah, my mom watches almost all my streams, believe it or not, which is unfortunate because, kind of limits the topics I'd like to discuss. You know, there are certain stories I have to avoid telling, otherwise it's gonna be quite awkward next time I see her. I've seen Destiny IRL at my university, actually. Yeah, that's pretty wild. I've seen Destiny IRL once, I think. Yeah. No, I saw him in Texas. I am taller than him. Was not surprised by it, obviously. I expected to be taller than him. He's like 5'9.5" or 5'8", I'd say. Like, he's like a little below average male height, but not by a lot. So I had like an inch or two on him. How tall are you, Zan? I'm like 5'11", 6 foot. I haven't measured myself in a while, but last time I was measured, I was 16, and it was when I got my physical, and I was 5'11" at the time, I believe, so I might have grown since then. I don't have the ability to measure myself, though. That's the problem. I will tell you, I am barely, if I was any taller, I would hate this fucking house. I am pretty happy with my height because I am the exact height the world is designed for. Like, the world is designed for my height. I can reach the top shelves of everything. I don't need to go on my tippy toes or stand on things. I can reach the top shelves of everything, but I don't bump my head into things very often. It happens, but not often. Notably, if you go through that door behind me, you go, like, there's like a little laundry room there and then a bathroom, and then you go back to the end of that room and there's stairs that curve around and they go up, like, upstairs out of my basement up to my first floor. And there's a like spot where the ceiling of the basement begins. And there is a spot where when I take my step down the stairs, and I go past that corner, it's like a hard, sharp edge, my head grazes. Like, I can feel it graze my hair sometimes when I step down past the edge where, like, the ceiling of the basement starts. And the other day, it's the first and only time it's happened. The other day, I took just barely too tall of a step coming down the stairs and bashed the top of my head into that corner. I was so fucking pissed. Like, I'm the type of person, like, when I stub my toe, I get mad. You know, I get really angry and I start swearing and yelling, and I've got to go, like... You know, I got to do, like, a loud growl. Like, I have to muffle my mouth and then, like, growl. And like, once... Like, it makes the pain go away, I swear. It makes it feel better. I did that, and I yelled... Fuck! Like just I growled it, you know, because it hurt so fucking bad. And after that, I would not want to be a goddamn atom taller, okay? Because if I was, I would be bashing my head into that fucking thing daily. I am the perfect height. That is my answer for you. The perfect height. True, I'm 6'4" and falling hurts more. I've never taken a bad fall. Thank God. I've never broken a bone or anything or taken a real bad fall, but I'm definitely tall enough that if I fell onto concrete or a hard surface, I'd probably die. Like, if my head hit the floor, I'd probably die. I'm that tall. That's definitely a downside of my height, is that I'm definitely tall enough that falling over and like if I fainted and fell and hit my head, I'm pretty certain that kills me from that height. Or at least, like, I think I'd be a vegetable. I don't think I don't think there's any saving me at that point. Ugh. I've got a sore neck, chat. Holy crap, Animal Bren, that's crazy. I'm sorry. Anyway, really quick chat, I'm gonna open up my window because I am actively drenched in sweat, and that is no bueno. Please be cool out. Ah, fuck. Cut myself in the blinds. They're so sharp. Oh yeah, there's a bit of a breeze. Nice. Ah, it's like a paper cut. Oh, it burns. Ah. Ooh. Ah. Ah, it's like a little paper cut. Ah, there it is, chat. Finger? There we go. Ah, there it is. Ah, wait, yeah. It's like the middle finger. Ah, there it is. Ooh. Ooh, burns. Ah. Ooh. Ooh, ah. Ee. Ooh. One damage taken. One sliver of damage taken. Tiny cuts are the worst, yeah. Bruh, what are your blinds made of? They're just those ones that you, like, twist, and they're like the long slats, you know? Like, the edges of those fuckers are sharp. You ever stick your fingers through and try to, like, move? Like, you're trying to move, like, the window open? I've got one of my lights. The lights that you see here are rested up against the blinds, so I have to, like, set that all back up if I move, like, undo the blinds. So it's a whole thing, yeah. I just watched the Ava Tyson vid, Zan, and goddamn did it age poorly. Man, the aged poorly thing is so cringe. Like, I'm sorry I couldn't see the future. I'm sorry I didn't know that, that Ava Tyson had been messaging minors. Damn, dude. I should have known. Happy birthday, Zan. Now that you're old, that cut will take 3 weeks to heal. I mean, it'll probably take a little bit, but it's not gonna take that long. It's fine. Alright. Let me read this donation from Perry Icefire, and then it's time for us to start the first segment of the day. Perry Icefire, thank you for the $5 redues. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Says, I have a couch and a chair that has legs facing outwards diagonal, the worst. I stub my toe all the time to the point I'm getting used to it. Building resilience IRL, all this on accident. I know, it's fucking awful. Honestly, like, you will never feel better than if you just take that couch outside and set it on fire. Just straight up, just take it outside, set it on fire. You'll feel so good. That's what I plan to do with this computer when I finally replace it. I'm just gonna, like, take it out to my, like, back porch. Gonna get like a nice big like metal sheet so no fire can spread. I'm just gonna douse it in gasoline and light it. No, not really. I'm probably gonna give this to a friend. Or use it as like a dedicated streaming PC. Something along those lines. Just sell it, lol. No, I'm not gonna sell it. Just because I don't know. I've never been a big fan of like selling my old stuff. It just feels weird to sell specifically my old stuff. So I would either give it away or use it. Anyway, thank you for the $5, Perry Icefire. I appreciate it. Now let me update the dono goal really fast, and then it's time for us to start the first topic arena for the day. Also, what a great number for us to be at. 69. Have you seen the JD Vance Dolphin story? No, I haven't. Sorry you're short, Heavy Gretel, but hey, listen. No, I was gonna make a mean joke about stools. I'll make it anyway, because it's kind of fun. I was gonna say, they make stools for a reason. At least you can always carry around a stool, and you can reach the top shelves. Lol, Zan, you need to see the dolphin story? I will look into it. Don't you worry. We're looking into all these things. Don't you worry. A lot has happened over the last like few days I haven't streamed, okay? We're covering it all. We're covering it all. Don't you worry. Don't you worry, chat. Don't you worry. I just climb on most surfaces at inappropriate times. Based. All right, everyone. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everybody. So, the unprecedented happened. Biden actually stepped down. I guess it was kind of inevitable once Obama began calling for it. Like, at that point, when the voice of the Democratic Party is calling for Biden to step down, it was an unrealistic expectation until then, right? And then it just happened, right? And I did not expect Kamala to have anywhere near as much enthusiasm as she does. And while her polls, at least the ones that have come out over the last few days, maybe there'll be new ones that are like night and day compared to Biden, her polling's not much better. It's either been the same polling as Biden or like up by a point or two. It's better. Like I'm happy to see it for sure, but it's not like the overwhelming improvement that one would have expected, which unless we see a big change, suggests to me that like the American electorate weren't necessarily polling in these pre-election polls as on the topic of Biden's age and health as much as we thought, right? But we'll see. It's only been a few days. There could be a lot more polling that comes out, and we could see like a 20-point increase for all we know. So, you know, it's not saying I know what's going to happen, but I'm just telling you what polls I've seen so far. The Reuters polling has shown Kamala up by 2 points on Trump nationally, and Biden was up by Trump 1 point nationally. Or no. Yeah, no, 1 point nationally. So I don't think there's been a big difference polling-wise. But as I've said, and this holds true for Kamala, just like it did for Biden, the pre-election polling is not that important. This election, most of all. The truth is, Joe Biden got 90 million anti-Trump votes. I think it was. Was it like 95 million people voted for Biden? How many people voted for Biden total? It was like almost 100 million, but not quite, if I remember correctly. Like 90 million, I would say. I would like at least 90 million. I don't think we got 90 million votes for Biden. We got 90 million votes against Trump. 70 million? Okay, my bad. We got 70 million votes against Trump. That's what happened. That is what happened. It was 70 or 80. Okay, so you don't even know. Okay. It was in that ballpark. Those were votes against Trump, and I don't see us losing anti-Trump votes or gaining Trump votes in this coming election. At the end of the day, regardless of if there's a polling change or if the polling is bad for Kamala or bad for Biden, I don't think it was going to have much of an effect. 81 million, thank you, okay. Yeah, close, but not quite at 100 million votes. I think Biden was hoping to try and get 100 million votes in the 2024 election this year, and now that's what Kamala is aiming for, 100 million. And that's pretty tough. It's pretty tough. You're going to need 20 million more voters to turn out, and for all 20 million of them to vote for Kamala/Biden. But that was the only way to achieve that, so pretty big. Anyway, one thing that Kamala has excelled at, though, way more than Biden, is raising donations. For those who don't know, in like the days before Biden pulled out, the Democratic Party mega donors pulled support. And there's a lot of speculation as to why they did this, and this is a big part of why the DNC was kind of forced to drop Biden as well, because, you know, they need money. A lot of people have speculated about why this is. Biden did recently pass some new tax policy, a progressive tax policy that the billionaires that both support the Republican and Democratic parties are likely not a big fan of. So there's probably at least a little animosity there. I think I don't know if it's the reason why, but it's probably, like, it contributed, probably. Another part of it was probably the strategy aspect. Another part of it was probably Biden. It definitely does have the poor polling on top of that. I think it was a combination of unfortunate factors with the Hail Mary final, like, Biden is fucked aspect of the media jumping on board against him. On the other hand, though, now that Biden has stepped down and Kamala has taken his place, all that has disappeared. The mega donors are back. The like head figures of the DNC are happy. The polling is slightly better. The polling was never as important to begin with. The polling was never the reason why Biden had to step down. Kamala's health is obviously better, and she's a better speaker. And on top of that, most importantly, the media is so much more charitable to Kamala. If anything wins Kamala the election over Biden, it's the fact that we were going to face another 3 months of Biden is old and sleepy, overpowering every policy, every executive order, every big achievement he makes, every unprecedented milestone of economic growth for the country. Biden sleepy was going to override all of that for the next 3 months. That is what we had in front of us. Kamala, on the other hand, not even the media is going to be able to attack Kamala for that kind of thing. And even the things that absolutely, that were criticisms of Biden that apply equally to Kamala, the media is not leveraging those criticisms. Not even Kamala is getting, the kid gloves treatment by the media with Israel-Palestine as well. And so with all that said, whether you think it's oh, wow, okay, media and DNC, I see what you're doing here, whether that's how you're looking at it or not, this is still pretty good. Kamala has, in this current situation, I would say a better chance of winning than Biden did. Could we have known that would be the case before Kamala, was in the situation she's in now? No, it was impossible, and you're crazy if you think that you could have known. But we got really fucking lucky. We got really, really lucky. We'll have to see how the election goes. Don't obviously count your chickens before they hatch, but any of you who are doomering over Biden stepping down, why doomer? Why doomer? Now we don't have to deal with Biden sleepy for the next 3 months, dominating the media cycle. And to give you an idea of what I mean with, Kamala is getting a much easier time in the media than Biden did, here is a CNN segment from 5 hours ago called Kamala Harris Joined TikTok. See her first post. That's right, this is a full-on 10-minute CNN segment that came out 5 hours ago. The media is giving Kamala a way easier ride than Biden, and that alone might be worth the trade-off. Because the media, not even CNN and MSNBC, not them especially, they were never going to let up off of Biden. They were never going to give Biden credit. They were never going to give him a fair shake. And their unwillingness to do so might have won Trump the election. I never expressed my doomer thoughts on stream because I didn't want you guys to doomer, but I thought that if Biden lost, it would be because the media's hyper-focusing on Biden sleepy. Now there is no Biden sleepy, and they're giving Kamala the red the velvet carpet treatment, which I am all on board with. I don't fucking care. I'm in favor of it. I'm on the Kamala train. If it means that we're gonna get some more attention on the achievements of this administration because they benefit Kamala to pay attention to them, then fucking finally, all right? I'll smile. Fucking finally.
Now that Vice President Kamala Harris has secured the endorsement of Barack Obama, nearly every major leader in the Democratic Party is now behind her candidacy. But this election cycle, some critical support is coming not from the world of politics, but from the world of pop. Beyonce has already given Harris permission to use her anthem Freedom out on the campaign trail. Of course, you've heard that. Olivia Rodrigo appeared to offer her endorsement earlier this week. British pop star Charlie XCX pledged her support in this post.
I quote tweeted this tweet saying, I don't know who this is, but this is big, I think. And people were like, how do you not know who Charlie XCX is? I've never heard of this person. To give you some perspective on how not tuned in to anything I am, I do not know who this is. You're old? Yeah, I'm turning 25 tomorrow, I guess. I guess it's expected I wouldn't know who this is. She was big in the mid-2010s. Well, if she was big in the mid-2010s, that would follow that I should know who she is, right? I feel like this is Swiftie shit, you know what I mean? Where it's Swiftie, Taylor Swift might be the most famous person on the planet besides the president. but you never like hear people talking about how much they love Taylor Swift. It's just you know a Swiftie. Everyone knows a few Swifties, even if they're not talking about it all the time. Those people would like spend their life savings to go see Taylor Swift in concert, right? Like maybe it's one of those situations where it's just, yeah.
Referencing her latest hit album, Brat, that sparked a slew of viral videos produced in the style of that album. This one has more than 4 million views, but it's not the only one going viral.
She definitely has more energy. I just really hope that we don't get a walk to a polling station joke or something, you know? Like we need to not have a Pokemon go to the polls moment. We really need to avoid that. We really need to avoid that. I feel like it's beneficial that we're only a few months out from the election because it gives us less of a window for a Pokemon go to the polls. Gosh, you gotta see the reactions from the right to Kamala as well, because something you guys gotta know is the right spent the last 4 years dedicating themselves entirely to shitting on Biden. Like they have been the anti-Biden party and the pro-Trump party for the last 5 years. And so all of their lines, all of their propaganda, all their like conspiracy theories and rumors and like all the bullshit they've spent years like piling up has been against Biden, right? And like their Sleepy Joe, their Hunter Biden laptops, all that's going away now. You are not going to hear Sleepy Joe anymore. You're never going to hear Hunter Biden laptop. You're not going to like all that shit. It's going away now. It's going away. It's going the way of Benghazi and emails, okay? Like it's all going away. Now they're going to have to find something new to pin on Kamala, and they've got 3 months to do it, and they are not off to a good start. Right now, they're calling her the Hawk Tuah girl, because Hawk Tuah is like... The Hawk Tuah is a meme. I guess a girl started the meme because she said sometimes you gotta Hawk Tuah and spit on that thing, referencing going and spitting on a dick before, I guess, like, jerking a guy off or sucking his dick or something. And so it like went viral, notably, like mostly because there were like a bunch of conservative dudes who were like, we're going to make this Hawk Tuah thing go viral during Pride Month to own the gay people. I think that was like the idea behind popularizing the meme, was like they were going to popularize a meme about women giving men blowjobs, which is a straight sex act during Pride Month, to epically own the gay people and the trans people and stuff. It's really dumb. It makes no sense. I imagine you're thinking like, what? As you hear me explain this, like, what are you saying? It makes no sense. I know it makes no sense, but yeah, they're trying to claim that she like sucked dicks to get to the position she's in because they can't avoid the sexism. Like, so, and they're like cringily. Like, they're doing Pokemon go to the polls moments to try to dunk on Kamala. They're hyper-focusing on her laugh, because they're trying to, like, make her laugh cringe, I guess. She's got this, like, mom energy to her, right? Like a Gen X or, like, mom who's, like, trying to be cool and hip, and it kind of goes over the line of cringe into kind of being endearing, you know? Like, if it was any less cringe, it would be cringe. But it's actually so sincere that it's past the cringe line and gone into the endearing territory. And I feel like that's what a lot of the reaction to Kamala has been. But then again, if you looked at the media, you would think that, like, everybody hated Biden. Right? And now if you look at the media, you would think everybody loves Kamala. So I do kind of worry a little bit we're having a Hillary Clinton 2016 moment where like there was no chance Trump wins. Like, this is Hillary's election. Trump's just like the funny guy running against her. Like, that is how the media treated Trump during 2016 and the lead up. I do worry that just in the same way that like the hate for Biden was massively overblown by the media, I really worry that the support for Kamala is overblown. And not necessarily, like, that wouldn't change anything. Like, I'm voting and supporting Kamala just as hard. We're on the Kamala train, vote blue no matter who. But what I worry is that that might make other people complacent, because there's this like very narrow area that people need to exist within to care about politics and to give a fuck about affecting anything. It has to be like on the teetering middle end. If it seems too much like we're doomed to like losing to the right, or we're like doomed, or I guess like blessed to winning guaranteed the election, like people become disaffected and they stop caring about politics, and then that sometimes creates a self-fulfilling prophecy of loss, right? Like either you are so convinced you can't win that you make yourself lose, or you're so convinced that you win that you end up losing because you don't try to win, right? Like that could end up happening, and that worries me, because not everybody is so locked in on politics, right? Like, don't get too cocky is my point. A lot of Kamala and Biden support base, for the same reason the polling was so negative for both of them, they're not very politically activated until like election week. Like the people who elected Kamala and Biden were practically invisible until election week. They were the normies and the grillers that just came out to vote against Trump. And it was because of that the Republicans were able to get so far rhetorically with the idea that the election was stolen and that like millions of dead people had voted, because from a lot of people's perspective, when they heard like, oh yeah, a bunch of dead people voted for Biden, there's a bunch of false votes, then they hear, think about it. How many Biden supporters do you know? How many people are out there marching for Biden? Because Biden didn't have a cult of personality. He was just a return to normalcy for a lot of people. And so they weren't screaming from the rooftops how excited they were to vote for him, nor were they participating in pre-election polling. So don't get doomer to the point where you become complacent, and don't get bloomer to the point where you become complacent and think that like you don't need to do anything now because we're in such a good place, right? Like either end of that spectrum puts you into the danger zone.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
You know what's great? Listen, I do love that Kamala Harris has a strong tie because of that line to the meme is the coconuts and coconut trees. As you guys know, my favorite plant, period, my favorite plant is the coconut palm. As a kid, I bought a brown husked coconut from the grocery store in the produce aisle, brought it home, and followed a tutorial that a New Zealander on YouTube made on how to sprout a husked coconut from the grocery store. You put it into a plastic bag with a little bit of warm water. You put that into like a little bit of warm water, like just enough that it can evaporate, condensate in the edge of the bag, and then drip back down to repeat. You put that into a bowl with the 3 dots on the coconut pointing straight up, and you put it into a dark, warm place, like on top of your hot water heater in like your like broom closet or something. And like a warm, dark place, and eventually you'll start to see one of the little, like the middle dot of those 3 dots will start to crack, and you'll see a white sprout start to come up, the first roots, and the other dots will crack, and then the 3 roots, these like white tendrils, will connect, and they'll start creating like a dick. Like a dick will start to grow upwards from these 3 roots that connect, and that will slowly become your first sprout with your first leaves, your first fronds. And then from there you plant it, it'll like curve up. Like you want to plant it fairly early because it'll start to grow up towards the sunlight, so you want it to know where to grow. Otherwise it'll grow outwards, or whatever weird fucked situation you've got it like orientated in. I managed to grow one to the point of being like, the pot itself was fucking big. Like the pot I had to put it in was like this big, and it was a mix of like gravel, sand, and fertilizer soil substrate that I mixed together for like the optimum coconut palm like substrate for its soil. And it got to be like this tall coming out of the pot, the coconut palm itself. It had multiple fronds. It certainly was nowhere near maturity, and they take forever to grow, but it got along pretty far. In a subtropical region of Florida that has cold snaps where coconut palms cannot grow. At least at the time they couldn't. I think global warming has actually literally in real time moved the band of where they can grow up to where I lived at the time. I think you can grow them there now. But where I lived at the time, in Hernando Beach, where we got flooded, we had cold snaps still back then. And one night, I didn't know there would be a cold snap. Actually, no, I think it was after the flooding. No, it wasn't even my fault. The flooding had come from the hurricane. My uncle took my coconut palm, and he was holding on to it because we were looking for a place to live. He left it out during a fucking cold snap. My uncle left it out during a cold snap, and it fucking died. It like cold burned. Like, you know how like a fruit gets freezer burned and it gets to like, it turns like black speckles everywhere and rots away and shrivels? Happened to my coconut palm. Yeah. But hey, still my favorite plant. And it's one of my favorite stories of how I got a grocery store coconut and managed to sprout it into a tree. One of my favorite stories still to this day. And, yeah, I just thought it was interesting because Kamala Harris, the coconut meme, you know.
You exist in the context of all in which you live.
I saw a really good Kamala Harris meme the other day. It was her like doing that like iconic face she does where she's like looking like incredulously, kind of excited but also incredulously, and she's like kind of a little bit. It's her making that face and like staring, and the caption is, when someone says something so context phobic, you have to hit them with that coconut stare. Just combining two Kamala Harris memes into the most like Gen Alpha brain rot meme ever. Like, I love the context phobic thing is funny as fuck because I mean I have a connection to that, you know. People love saying context phobic things about me. I love that word. I'm using context phobic from now on, like here on out. Whenever someone like clips me out of context, I'm just calling that person context phobic, right? Like if you ever hear me say someone is context phobic, they're a clipper. They're a dishonest clipper. That's what I mean. And then of course the coconut stare meme. It's funny.
You think you just fell out of a coconut tree?
All right, for more on the
These are fan
coconut
cams.
trees and the context, let's discuss with Time senior correspondent and author of The Ones We've Been Waiting For, Charlotte Alter, executive.
I'm just curious, was there ever did Biden ever join TikTok? Oh my god. Wait, are you real? Hey guys, do you want to get an idea of how like the coverage from the media of Biden compared to Kamala Harris is? Do you want to see what BBC's headline was? The first headline that comes up when I looked up Biden joins TikTok. Do you want to know what the first headline was for when Biden joined TikTok? You can't make this shit up. Lol, hey guys, Biden joins TikTok despite security concerns. You can't make this shit up, bro. You cannot make this shit up. Listen, we are on the Kamala train, but when I say the media and the DNC, fucking, the right has a point when they say that Biden got, like, media cooed. That shit was real. That shit was actually real. Like, the Biden hate was a media thing, and I worry that the Kamala support is equally as much of a media thing. You know what I mean? Because, like, once again, Kamala Harris joined TikTok, see her first post, and this is the coverage, right? As opposed to, like, Biden joins TikTok, like, 6 months ago, and he joins despite security concerns, right? Like, you can't make it up.
Executive Director of Voters for Tomorrow, Santiago Mayer. Washington Post senior video reporter David Jorgensen, also known as the Washington Post TikTok guy and co-founder of Betches Media, Sammy Sage. I'm pronouncing that as best as I can without getting myself in trouble. She's also the author of Democracy in Retrograde. Guys, thanks so much. Really appreciate this. Santiago, you have been...
Yeah, apparently the Biden HQ Twitter account quadrupled in followers when it rebranded to Kamala HQ. But be careful about that, though. As big of a deal as that sounds, like, oh, a quadruple in enthusiasm for support, you got to remember that's online support, right? And the internet is a very, like, how many of those followers could have potentially been Europeans, right? So keep that in mind. Don't get complacent. Like, there's Europeans online that have their politics too, and that affects like the echo chamber it feel like that you're in. It makes it feel like, oh yeah, like you don't know how many of the posts calling Trump shitty are from like Germans, right? Like they're not voting. So yeah, you got to remember that. And a lot of Americans aren't online, so there's a lot to it.
Exclusive preview of what Kamala Harris will say to your organization tomorrow. Let's take a listen to that.
Okay, yeah. I want to hear what she has to say, not what these experts are here to say.
This election, we know young voters will be key, and we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do.
Yeah, I mean, Santiago, I'll start with you. I mean, is all of this energy that we're seeing, all the stuff that is going...
Just Galaxy Bomb saying what everybody is, like, resisting the urge to say, man, she's hot.
Crazy online and so on. Is that going to translate into votes, do you think?
For sure. First of all, thank you, Jim, so much for having me. I think what we're seeing right now is Gen Z is incredibly excited for Vice President Harris, and we are ready to get to work and elect her.
Gooners are just going to be like, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's my president right there. That's my president. The Gooners, they're gonna come out in droves to vote for her.
As you saw, we have a special message from her for the Voters Tomorrow Summit, which is in Atlanta, starting later today. And we're gathering 300 young leaders from across the country to come together, strategize, and figure out how we are going to break the 2020 record with youth voter turnout. And we're turning young voters out to elect Vice President Harris and to defeat Donald Trump.
So this is a lot of, I guess, these TikTokers talking about how they're working to mobilize people to go against Donald Trump. I am just glad. I'm just glad I don't have to hear Joe Sleepy anymore. Okay, I'm just glad I don't have to hear Sleepy Joe from Trump or like MSNBC anymore. Like watching as like the online left and MSNBC and CNN like all unite against Biden was just the most like cringe stint of months I've ever had to endure in my time in politics. It has just been unbearable cringe.
If you want to talk about a misstep, it is Donald Trump predicating his entire campaign on running against Joe Biden. The cherry on top was naming J.D. Vance as his VP pick.
Dude, J.D. Vance has nuked himself. There's actually a good chance he gets dropped. Like, I legitimately think that J.D. Vance might get dropped by Trump. Not just because he wasn't, like, he was once a never-Trumper. And eventually he bent the knee, he kissed the ring, now he's Trump's VP. But he has said some shit that's like, just not even, like, bad shit, it's embarrassing shit. Like, he's getting laughed at a lot right now. Like, and Trump has said, he's admitted, he hates being laughed at. Trump hates when people laugh at him. As he has said with his own words, he despises it. Vance very well might be dropped. Can Vance even be dropped? Yes, yeah. No, Vance can be dropped easily in a heartbeat. Trump can just pick someone else. Yeah, no, it is that easy. Right now, we're wondering, who is Kamala going to pick? You know, and if Kamala picks someone and they're not liked, there's a good chance Kamala drops that person and picks someone else. This could be the most, like, wild 3 months of politics ever. We could see just the roulette of vice president picks, and just whoever gets the best reaction is who they stick with. Who knows at this point? I'm not even going to pretend like precedent is what we can follow precedent to know what's going to happen next. We are in uncharted, murky, dark waters, okay? We are in rocky, uncharted, murky waters now.
A choice that made abundantly clear that not only was Trump confident he'd win, he was cocky. J.D. Vance offers nothing that Trump himself doesn't offer. He's not more moderate, not from a swing state, he's not a different race or religion, he's basically just a carbon copy of Trump. Trump was that certain that he'd beat Biden that he didn't even bother choosing a candidate who would offer the voters anything other than just pure, unadulterated Trumpism. The only problem with Harris now, the Democratic frontrunner?
You know, like the physiognomy or whatever it's called, the like skull face shape shit that conservatives and incels do to like determine like whether or not someone's like a Chad or an incel. Is it just me, or like, you guys know what I mean when I say this, right? J.D. Vance has the conservative physiognomy, not phrenology, I don't know how it's pronounced because it's so fucking weirdly spelled. Physiognomy. Nope, stop spamming phrenology, chat. That's not the word. Different thing, chat. Nope. you're still typing phrenology, different thing. It's an incel term, physiognomy. It has to do with like your face structure. He has like the Republican face structure. Physiognomy. It's such a weird word. Physiognomy? I don't know. Regardless, stop. It's not physiology. Why are you guys typing like? I know phrenology and physiology. Why would you think I'm fucking those words up? It's clearly a word that you guys don't know. If you're okay. Anyway, I'm dealing with chat. Fucking chat.
He was cocky. J.D. Vance offers nothing that Trump himself doesn't offer. He's not more moderate, not from a swing state, he's not a different race or religion, he's basically just a carbon copy of Trump. Trump was that certain that he'd beat Biden that he didn't even bother choosing a candidate who would offer the voters anything other than just pure, unadulterated Trumpism. The only problem?
Chubby and hiding it with a short beard? Holy shit, you might be right, Emery. That might be what it is, yeah. Like a little chubby, but grew out like a short beard to like hide it. And so that's why the face is so... Okay, that's probably what it is. Because a lot of conservatives rock that look now. I don't know if you guys know, but like if you ever meet like a middle-aged conservative, it's almost like you'll almost always be meeting a dead ringer for JD Vance. It's actually ridiculous, dude.
With Harris now the Democratic frontrunner, she not only turns the Trump-Biden map on its head, but she also has the opportunity to choose a VP candidate who can confer yet further electoral advantages. We've got popular Democratic governors from crucial swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan and North Carolina and Josh Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, Roy Cooper, popular senators from swing states like Mark Kelly, Tim Walz.
Dude, I'm so scared. Like, because if Kamala wins, then we're going to have like an attractive president for 4 years, an attractive MILF president for 4 fucking years, and I'm gonna be like walking on eggshells constantly to not say something that's gonna get me canceled or like look really bad if like I ever end up getting to meet the president. Good God. Apparently Obama had to apologize to Kamala for calling her hot once. Apparently Obama has once called Kamala Harris hot and had to apologize. Yeah, four years of edging. 4 years of edging for me.
J.B. Pritzker, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg. The bench is deep and offers nothing but options for Harris and bad news for Trump. Of course, Harris unto herself is a pretty devastating turn of events for Trump. So that we're clear, this is a prosecutor campaigning against a convicted felon. If you could scientifically engineer the best
Obama was, I think, a pretty, like, good-looking guy, I guess. Like, certainly not a bad-looking guy, but we've never had a female president before, you know? And, like, if Hillary won... I mean, Hillary wasn't bad-looking, but I wouldn't really call her, like, attractive, so to say. Like, she just doesn't have that vibe to her, you know? But Kamala Harris is, like, just unironically attractive. Just, like, straight up. Like, like, I don't know. I just think it would be... It's going to be wild. It's going to be wild. It's going to be history-making, perhaps.
Possible candidate to prosecute the case.
Like genuinely imagine, like, we're there, like, people are watching the President of the United States give an address, and it's like when there's, like, a pretty substitute teacher in class, and all the guys are just, like, locked the fuck in on every word she's saying. Like, the one day where every, like, male student in class is paying attention and gets a good grade on the test of the day when, like, the cute substitute teacher is covering for, like, yeah, it'd be basically that, but it's the president. Like, all the media, like, every American, all of us were just, like, watching, like, State of the Union address, like, uh-huh, yes, ma'am, mm-hmm, yep, unprecedented economic growth, yep. No one's arguing.
Case against Trump, it would probably look a little something like this.
Before I was elected United States Senator.
Yes, my coconut queen. Whatever you ask.
I was elected Attorney General of the state of California, and I was a courtroom prosecutor before then. And in those roles, I took on perpetrators of all kinds. Predators who abused women. Fraudsters who...
It is also really, like, story. Like if I were writing real life as a story, I feel like it's so poetic and like perfect that this is the election that basically decides women's right to bodily autonomy, like women's right to choose. And it's a woman who is the representative of the side fighting for a woman's right to choose, right? Like abortion rights, IVF, all like birth control, all these things the Republicans plan to axe if they take power. This is going to be a historical election, and it's like, it's like, if there is a God, then bro is a good writer for this. If Kamala ends up winning and beating Trump, it just straight up good writing. Good job, Chuck.
Ripped off consumers, cheaters, who broke the rules for their own gain. So hear me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type.
Meaning,
her being a prosecutor too, or DA is type of prosecutor. Her being an ex-prosecutor too is just so, and judge, is so big because he's a criminal, right? Like he is a career criminal. And she knows this. Everybody knows this. And she's going to bust out the Judge Harris. She's going to go Judge Harris mode on Don. I don't think we're ever... I think Donald Trump has already confirmed he's not debating Kamala. So I'm pretty sure it's not going to happen. Like, we're not going to get a Trump-Kamala debate. It's not going to happen. Trump knows he'll get steamrolled. But if it does, if we are blessed with it happening, Kamala is going to switch straight to judge-prosecutor mode. She was a DA and prosecutor only? I thought she was a judge. Chat, was Kamala a judge once? I could have sworn she was once Judge Harris, right? Am I making shit up? I guess I'm making shit up. I could have sworn Judge Harris was a title that she once went by. My bad. Yeah, she was a DA. Regardless, she's gonna go DA mode, and she's gonna go crazy. She's gonna know exactly what to say, the tone of voice to say it in. Frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if she's able to instill the same shiver of like spine shiver you would hear from a judge when they're telling you your sentence during the debate. I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't impart, or if she imparts that feeling upon Trump of like fear that the prosecutor's about to roll out some serious charges.
Not only is Harris uniquely well positioned to take on Trump, but she knows it. She's leaning into it. She knows that her strength is confronting criminals and con men and frauds and sexual predators, and lucky for her, Trump is all of them wrapped up in one.
Yo, Mogminer, thank you so much for the 200 SEK. I don't know, I think that's Swedish kronar, right? Yeah, SEK, Swedish kronar. 200 Swedish kronar. I don't know how much that is, but I assume it's a lot. Thank you. I appreciate that. It says, happy birthday, have my sex. Happy Friday, have my sex. Happy birthday, you wonderful bastard heart. Thank you, Mogminer. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Very, very much means a lot to me. Thank you for the birthday wishes.
And it's not just her who knows it. To claim that the Democratic Party is fired up is an understatement. According to her campaign, a staggering 888,000 donors contributed more than $81 million in the first 24 hours after her nomination was announced. It's a number so impressive.
Dude, if the Democratic Party is smart, they should do this forever. Imagine like every election, they put forward like a really weak candidate on purpose for like months and like force us to deal with that being the guy, and then just replace that candidate with someone like way better, or at least perceptually way better, like out of nowhere, months out from the election, just like blindside the Republicans, give this like comparison, like give this perspective of comparison that makes everyone super enthusiastic for what they've ended up with. Like maybe this is like a permanent good strategy. Like the Democrats just say, you know what, we're nominating Biden again in 2020 and 2030, and we got to deal with like Biden being the nominee for like a month and a half or something, or like a year, and then they just replace him again with someone else. New political meta, just constantly like playing chicken up until the election with new candidates, and so that the other party doesn't know what the fuck to say about the other party and their candidate.
That it left the Trump team spinning.
clearly these are a lot of people who I think were probably holding back their money, and now they're coming out and they're saying, okay, you guys got rid of Joe, now we're going to put our money behind the candidate. And the sad thing, I think, to me, Martha, is that's a big number, but these are these millionaires and billionaires people have to remember out there who are willing to do anything to stop Donald Trump, no matter how.
Well, obviously, yes, the Democratic Party mega donors have come back. They've brought back their support, but a lot of it, not most of it, but a lot of it were grassroots raised donations. Not lots of small, not most of it, but a lot of it are grassroots donations. Yeah. So the narrative that these are like millionaires and billionaires that like want to stop Trump is not a correct narrative when you consider it was those same millionaires and billionaires that were pulling their support from the DNC to get Biden out. So if it was about stopping Trump, why wouldn't they have kept their support behind Biden? Why would they have pulled support from Biden and pressured him out?
How bad it might be for this country.
Gotta love Laura Trump trying to claim that $81 million was the result of millionaires and billionaires. I recognize that math might not be her strong suit, but $81 million from 888,000 donors is about $91 per donor. So either the billionaires out there are getting kind of cheap, or Laura Trump is unfamiliar with the concept of grassroots support. I'll let you guess which one it is.
The Democratic Party didn't think Biden could win. I don't agree with that. And here's why. I think the reason most likely that Biden was replaced was his longevity. Even if he wins and survives another 4 years and gets 2 terms, how much longer does he last after that? I talked about this earlier, but I know new people have joined. How much longer does he last after that to continuously endorse future Democratic Party nominated candidates? Because, like, think about Obama. Obama is, like, so fucking powerful. He's like still really young. He's an ex-president, 2 terms, well-liked. When he endorses someone, they win. He is practically the voice of the Democratic Party when he decides to speak. They want another Obama, and Biden can't be the next Obama because even in 5 years after his second term, you'd be lucky if he's still walking around and talking. I don't think he's like on his deathbed. I don't agree with the idea that he's like dying, but he's not far off from dying. You know, like he's old. He's really old. And I think the Democratic Party knows that. I don't think they had worries about his electability. I don't think they had worries about him being able to fulfill his term. I think they had worries about him being useful as a political investment going on into the future. I think they would much rather a win with Kamala Harris than a win with Biden. And frankly, I would prefer that too. But I think there was a lot of hesitance because Kamala seemed like a less safe choice than Biden until so many things came together. Yeah.
But the most daunting part for the Trump team isn't the money, even though the money is very clearly very daunting. It is the election.
Isn't Jimmy Carter dying? Yeah, another example is Jimmy Carter, who is like the last Obama. He's dying. Like, actually, though. So I don't, like, the Democratic Party is kind of, like, low on well-liked, popular, like, Democrat ex-presidents to endorse and speak and be, like, they need another Obama. They need another Jimmy Carter. And Jimmy Carter's was the last Obama. He's about to go out, sadly. So, and like, Clinton doesn't work because no one likes Clinton. There's just not a lot of options is the problem. And so Kamala is a really smart choice as a long-term investment. And putting their support behind her might just be worth the risk from the Democratic Party's perspective. So, yeah, I think that's probably why they pushed for Biden to drop out. That'd be my guess.
Electoral upside for Kamala Harris. Here's Steve Kornacki giving an overview of where the race stands right now.
The same polls that produce this average since the debate in the Biden-Trump race, what do they show when Harris is substituted in? A difference, but it's...
That's what I was talking about earlier in the stream, by the way. That's the difference I was referring to before, where there's not a big polling difference. Like, all you guys who've been reeing about Biden's polling that are now celebrating Kamala as if we've got this in the bag now. This is the polling. The fact is, if Biden was going to win, so is Kamala. People aren't going to vote for Kamala, and they're not going to vote, and they weren't going to vote for Biden. They're going to vote against Trump, first and foremost. The polls are still problematic. Just as before, by the way, these polls mean nothing. Just like they meant nothing for Biden, they mean nothing for Kamala. They mean nothing. These polls are not accurate to what the final result of the election is going to be. If I were to guess, Kamala's probably going to win a strong... I wouldn't be surprised if she wins over 55% of the vote. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get 90 million or more voters turned out. Or 90 million or more voters vote for her. I wouldn't be surprised. 55% plus, 90 million voters plus. That's my bet. That is what I think will happen. And I think the same thing, if not just slightly less strong of a win, would have happened for Biden. Because truly, these polls that people have been doomering over mean nothing. This election, most of all. That's what I've been telling you. These polls meant nothing.
A difference of a point. The Biden at 45, Harris in these same polls, an average 46%, Trump 47% in both.
One of the most critically important things about Kamala is that she's below the age threshold of people who get social media. Biden calling Trump an alley cat is an insult I just barely got at 38. Meanwhile, Kamala is in tune with making an occasional bon mot on social media. I don't know what that means, but I do know like the alley cat insult was basically saying he's like he's out there fucking drinking, doing debauchery and fighting, and he's just kind of he's like a rancid alley cat, right? Like I get the idea of it, but it was a very boomer insult, to be fair. But I don't think anyone was supporting Biden in any of these elections, even the one he won, because they were enthusiastic about Biden. I think they were enthusiastic to see Trump lose.
Both of them. So you look at this, and Kamala Harris is not entering, at least in the head-to-head standpoint, with an obvious strength over Joe Biden, nor with an obvious weakness compared to Joe Biden. Really, those numbers are pretty close to the same in terms of a starting point for Harris.
Here's what we can take from that. Joe Biden's got full name ID. He's been running for re-election for years. His ceiling is Kamala Harris's floor. Harris comes in marginally better than where Biden...
Dude, that, like... Obviously, so I don't want too much of this segment to be about like the media's bias, but holy shit. I feel like me showing that BBC article from when Biden joined TikTok, and it's framed as he joins TikTok despite security concerns, and the Kamala Harris joins TikTok video is just a compilation of fan cams and talking about how much she vibes with Gen Z. That was very blatant, right? Here you have Kamala and Biden polling neck and neck after the justification for dropping Biden being his polling. And the idea is that Biden has name recognition, so that was Biden's ceiling, and this is Kamala's floor. Meanwhile, Kamala is literally the sitting vice president, the literal incumbent sitting vice president. She has all the name recognition you can have without being the president. Like, the idea that this is her floor is hilarious. I guarantee you it's not her floor, okay? Because it's going to stop being her floor the second Kamala Harris starts getting said again by, like, internet lefties and mainstream media outlets. I don't know what it would have to be, but the second the media starts to repeat the Kamala Harris idea, if they did it today, I could imagine that floor getting at least slightly lower. Okay, but I feel like the whole like they're pulling neck and neck, but this is Kamala's floor and Biden's ceiling narrative. That right there really solidifies how like the media can, without lying or being necessarily dishonest, they can misrepresent or twist something, the same thing, really, into something completely different depending on context and what's necessary. And it's not, I'm not saying this is fake news, but it's bias. It's clear bias, right? And no one is free of bias. I have my bias. They have their bias. But I'm pointing out theirs.
Biden was, after spending tens of millions of dollars. He didn't have more upside, but she does. And remember, this is before...
The fact is, this has been a great administration. Biden and Kamala have done a fantastic job. I think most Democratic voters, even if they were upset about Biden's age and had concerns about his health, they knew that worst case scenario, Kamala takes the seat after him. We basically expedited that process now, and I don't think anyone's particularly mad, and I don't think people are as happy as the media is making it out to be, but I think there is more enthusiasm, and that is good, and I like that.
Before she spent a single dollar. This is before the vast majority of the country gets to learn her position on abortion rights versus Trump's, on law and order versus Trump's, on health.
Wait, guys, you're not going to believe this. My mom knows who Charlie XCX is. My mom just sent me a song by her called Icona Pop, I Love It, featuring Charlie XCX. What the fuck? How do I not know who this is? Who do I not know who this is that endorsed Kamala, that everybody's freaking out about? How does my mom know who this is and I don't know? Am I too young or too old? I genuinely don't know.
Healthcare versus Trump's, on democracy versus Trump's. This is before they see her on the debate stage against him, where she'll hold him to account for being a lawless con man, and he'll likely just advocate for Hannibal Lecter and decry the water pressure in his toilet, which may perplexingly work for the Republican base, but I'm not sure regular Americans out there are going to predicate their choice for president on who could publicly support a make-believe cannibal. And to that point, even Trump is...
I'm just glad we're finally off Biden old and finally on Trump bad again, you know? Like we were critically low on Trump bad for a while there. Hold on, I'm trying to change my gain. We're critically low on media coverage of how bad Trump is for a while. Like, who remembers the Epstein files coming out and detailing the shit that Trump was up to? And it got like no media coverage because it was like there was too much focus on Biden old. And so like now we're finally getting acknowledgement by the media that Trump is like, obviously he's been a rapist for a while, but now it's like they're not even saying alleged rapist. They're just saying this rapist, this sex pest, this like degenerate, like they aren't even pulling punches on Trump anymore now that Biden is out of the picture, you know? So it's just good to see. It's good to see. I'm obviously a little salty at like MSNBC and CNN still, you know? I'm a little salty still. But I'm just happy. I'm just happy that we're behind. We're all against Trump now. We're all against Trump. You know, I saw, I feel I should add this into this video as a addendum, because I've been seeing people on Twitter, mind you, a very small and shrinking bubble of people, but regardless, they do exist, so I might as well acknowledge them just in case any of you guys have heard their arguments and weren't there for the original stream or the original segment. Demon Mama, I have been informed, clip chimped me, or at least played a clip chimped clip of me, where I say this is the clip of me, so I'm going to iterate what the clip says, and then I'm going to, I'm going to, much like Kamala Harris, debunk the context-phobic argument that Demon Mama made. The clip of me is me saying something, I think I'll be as word for word as I can. A small, very tiny sliver of me kind of hopes that Trump wins because the political shooting in the foot by the left here has been so overwhelming. I don't want it to be rewarded. And that bit got clipped, and like it's being shipped around as like me being a Trump supporter, right? Now, I'm going to use an analogy very quick, and I think anybody who doesn't understand what I mean will completely get it when I make this analogy. Let's say you and a friend go outside together, and your friend climbs up a tree and starts tightrope walking along a branch. And you're like, hey man, you should stop that. You're going to get hurt. That's really dumb. You should stop. And your buddy's like, nah, man, it's fine. I'm going to be okay. What are you worried about? Nah, you're dumb for being worried about this. What? And you're like, all right, man. Okay. And a part of you kind of hopes they fall and just get a tiny bit hurt. Like almost hurt. That way they know you weren't wrong about how dangerous this is and that like their carelessness is a serious problem. because otherwise they're just going to come down completely fine, and they're going to think you were stupid for being worried about them, and that you're dumb for being careful in a situation like that, or not doing something like that. Obviously, you don't actually want your friend to get hurt. You don't want your friend to fall and get hurt and to be right. You want your friend to be okay more than you want to be right. Just like I want Trump to lose, and I want the groups that he is targeting to have rights more than I want to be right. Nonetheless, a small sliver of you still has that thought, and I verbalized that, and of course it gets clipped, and like Demon Mama jumps on it and stuff. The fact that DM didn't question the context is very telling. I mean, yeah, it's like the second people who I used to be friends with in this space don't like me anymore. It is wild how quick they jumped to like just shitting on me in the most wild ways too. So it's like, oh man, I guess that was always in the chamber, you know? I guess, you know, never really felt too positively about me in the first place. But regardless, that's my response to that line. I feel like that's really the only I thought that, like, Vosh nuking the bridge with me would be, like, harmful to my channel. Because, like, when the Keffels drama happened, I don't know if you guys saw, but I dropped down from, like, 92,000 subscribers to, like, 86,000. I lost, like, 7,000 subs from the Keffels drama, from, like, my own fans thinking, like, being convinced I was an asshole, or Keffels fans that also watched me, I guess, choosing who they're loyal to, so to say. And that's probably how they thought of it. And so I lost a ton of support. Vosh nukes the bridge with me, and I don't know if it's that like, a bunch of, like, Vosh's fan base left me during the Keffels thing. I think that was part of it. If it was my pro-Biden content over time, encouraging people to vote Biden and to support Biden because, like, we gotta stop Trump, or just a combination of things. But, like, apparently I've been shedding Vosh fans for a while now because Vosh nuking the bridge, or maybe it's because the reason he nuked the bridge, his own fans don't really agree with him on. That could also be it as well. But on top, whatever it is, I've not lost subs from this. I've actually gained subs at a faster speed during this drama than any other time in the recent years and like making content. And I haven't even been uploading or streaming much either. Like, it's wild. I expected to, like, suffer some consequences and for daring to disagree with Vosh because I share an audience with him. Not even a little bit. Not even a little bit. Wait, is the Vosh bridge burned? He burned the bridge, Widrose. I was really surprised by that, but I'm pleasantly surprised, to say the least. I think, as much as the Keffels drama sucked to go through, I think it was really important because it feels now that I'm beholden to no one. Like, I don't think there's a single person that I could simply stop being friends with in this space, and then I would lose, like, a tangible amount of support because of it. Because, like, there are people in my fan base who are like, if Zan ever crosses this YouTuber, I'm done with him. Like, I feel like those fucking psychos have been shed from my community, and it's like, it's just you guys now, you know? And it has not resulted in me trading that for, like, size and success. It seems like I'm growing now at a faster rate than ever before, so I guess it's a healthy shedding of a toxic community from my base. You recovered the subs from your drama, but Vosh still hasn't from his drama, just stating a fact. I haven't tried. I've avoided making it about that because it's so bad faith and so unrelated to the drama. I feel like the fact that Vosh has called me bad faith and, like, I'm turning on him and trying to get clout off of shit-talking him is hilarious when, like, I have resisted bringing up the thing that is probably why Vosh is scared to debate me on this, because I could just bring up the thing and then, like, there's no winning the conversation after someone brings up the thing. I'm not going to name it, because I'm not going to let him get, like, the satisfaction of it looking like I'm bad faith trying to do character assassination. Because if I was, I would have brought that up. I would have brought that up if I was trying to do character assassination. You know what the thing is, probably. You know. And so, yeah. Actually, there's a few things. But yeah, regardless, I didn't. I kept it to the topic, to the disagreement, and nonetheless, he nuked the bridge. So it gives you an idea of, like, how dishonest parties have been and how honest other parties have been. Haunts. Anyway, if you enjoyed this segment and you are hyped to be on the Kamala train, you are hyped to have our beautiful Coconut Queen president, then please consider dropping a like on the video and the stream. It helps a lot no matter when, where, or what you're watching. Every thumbs up goes a long way, basically forcing YouTube to push my content and the algorithm out to more people. So thank you to everyone who does that, of course. And of course, don't forget to follow my social medias, linked down below in the description, subscribe during the bell icon, and comment down below to boost my channel. And don't forget to join my fan Discord, linked down below in the description. It's totally free. It's the main hub of my community. And not to mention, I host game events, call-in streams, and watch parties there every single week, so if you haven't already, then you'll want to make sure to join. I'm actually going to be hosting, I think it's... Chat, remind me, last week, did we host the Avatar watch party in Progressive Victory's server? Or in my server? Where did we host it? Last week. Last Thursday/Friday. Mine? Okay, so that means... PVs, I think? Zancord? Hold on, I have to scroll up and check now, because you guys are giving me... I was really hoping for consistent answers here. Shit, now I'm even more confused. Okay, it was on the 18th, I think. Yep, it was the 18th, and it was in the PV server. Okay. In that case, tonight, in my Discord server, we're actually doing an Avatar The Last Airbender watch party. We're actually, if you haven't already, make sure to join my fan Discord, because we're going to be finishing up Season 2 of Avatar The Last Airbender, the animated series, tonight. I am blind. I've never seen it before. I'm as blind as Toph, except I cannot feel vibrations through the earth to know what's going to happen. I know memes and cultural osmosis stuff to do with Avatar. Besides that, I have no idea what's going on, so my commentary has been quite funny for people that have been watching my reaction to the show. And we're about to finish up Season 2 tonight, so if you guys are down to see that, then make sure you join the Discord. Make sure you're there, because we're going to be doing that as soon as we wrap up stream today. We're going to be, like, moving from the stream into my Discord to host the watch party. And, of course, follow... if you want to support me financially, you can do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live, or donating or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, StreamElements, Patreon, or buying merch to the Streamlabs link down below. I do have Xander Hall merch, by the way. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching, no matter when, where, or what, and have a good one. What do you guys think? Was that a good segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. Man, I didn't expect it to be so easy to prove, like, the media bias against Biden. Like, I didn't expect being able to search Biden joins TikTok would be able to immediately show, like, the fucking blatant difference in the way the media is covering Biden versus Kamala, even when they do identical things. Like, down to their polling is the same. Well, you see, this is Kamala's floor and Biden's ceiling. You know, like Kamala joins TikTok, and so does Biden. You see, Kamala has a connection with Gen Z, but Biden is joining TikTok despite security concerns. It's like, okay. Man. Yes, it did, Lord Rose. Oh, yeah. We gotta cover this. There's only one reliable source on this topic. Only one person who's covered this fully who is not transphobic, and that's Philip DeFranco. Our boy Philly D.
Sup, you
Dude, okay. Alright. One moment. All right. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. This is a segment that I imagine many of you guys have been dreading. Some of you have maybe been begging for me to talk about it because you need some reasonable voices to discuss this because it's a bad situation. It's a rough situation. You see, about a year and a half ago maybe, some real good news for the trans community hit the web. That was that one of the most known faces on the internet, one of the closest friends of Mr. Beast, Chris Tyson, had come out as trans. I believe is gender fluid. Any all pronouns, was still going by Chris Tyson, now goes by Ava Chris Tyson, and it has come out fully trans woman, on hormones, all that. This is a big deal for the trans community, especially young trans people, due to the fact that Mr. Beast is the YouTuber. He's the YouTuber. And being best friends with a trans person and regularly platforming a trans person, having fun with, and just showing that trans people are people like anyone else. They, you know, like, why be weird about it? It's huge. It was a very passive and unintentional W for the trans community, right? Like, I think most of you guys, especially trans viewers in chat, agree with that. And here's a picture of them together, by the way. This is Ava Tyson. This is Mr. Beast. And so for a while, it was all well and good, right? Like, the left was celebrating. Then along came a bottom-feeding scumfuck YouTuber named SunnyV2. This guy is, he exaggerates like a British accent. He's kind of the worst. Like, there are a good few videos now that, like, take apart his entire time online. He is one of those YouTubers who makes, like, really over-dramatized, high production value in the editing, like, commentary video essays where it's about, he's Aussie. He exaggerates his accent, though, whatever. Like, I've heard him speak when he's not making videos, and his accent's not as thick as when he does his videos. He exaggerates it for the videos. Anyway, he's very right-wing, obviously, but there's a lot else about him that's far more cringe, in my opinion. One of the biggest trends is that he believes that when you do a bad thing online, karma always catches up with you. And that when you do a bad thing, you will meet your downfall. The problem with that is, when someone has done a thing he thinks is bad, he needs to create a narrative for how karma will or already has caught up with them, and that's led to their downfall. Or if someone has experienced a downfall but didn't do anything bad, it just kind of naturally, they just kind of fell off, he will invent a narrative as to how they did a bad thing and their downfall was the result of some kind of karma or internet justice. He needs his videos to be a story every time. And so fundamentally what makes them so flawed is that, and if you've literally watched any of his videos that go over a drama that you followed when it happened, you'll recognize that he's just mistelling the events to create a story that's pleasant to hear as a entertaining video, but isn't really educating you much as to what actually happened. I know that Big Joel made a video about this, and I thought he nailed it quite well on the head, but Big Joel's video, if you go back to my channel, you can see I've reacted to Big Joel's video, and when I cover the video that Big Joel made, I am so fucking excited because I've felt this way about the guy for so long. I've hated SunnyV2, and I was excited that someone larger than me had finally made a video calling these things out. So you can go back and watch, like, look up SunnyV2's Xanderhall and you'll find it. Regardless, though, SunnyV2 makes a video about Ava Tyson. And the video is claiming that Ava is going to be the downfall of Mr. Beast, because Mr. Beast, by having a trans friend, is endorsing transness, is getting political, having a political opinion. Which, of course, comes with the implication that, like, if you are a famous figure and, like, a friend of yours comes out as trans, you are then given a political decision of, do you continue being friends with this person despite their identity and make a strong political statement that could quote-unquote destroy you, according to Sunny V2? Or do you be a good or do you, make the business decision that is supposedly smartest, according to Sunny V2, and also the morally correct choice? Because remember, success and moral goodness align in his worldview, and drop the trans friend. And so everybody jumped down Sunny V2's throat for this, except for conservatives. Conservatives obviously jumped on the train, and they have since called Ava a groomer because she's trans. They have dunked on her a lot, yada, yada, yada. It's what you would expect. It got even worse when Dr. Disrespect was outed as texting minors inappropriately, and, obviously Ava criticized it, I believe, but in general, the online left criticized it because Dr. Disrespect has been very transphobic in the past. A lot of the people who came out to defend Dr. Disrespect themselves have been very transphobic in the past, such as Nick Merckx and Tim the Tatman. And so it ended up being this online culture war of Sunny V2, Dr. Disrespect, Nick Merckx, the transphobe crowd versus the pro-trans crowd defending against these allegations against Ava Tyson. Eventually, the internet sleuths found something. Now, this something on its own is not necessarily, in my opinion, a death knell. And I'll explain why. Though I imagine they'll, if anyone out there hates me enough, they'll clip me and try to make it seem like I'm being defensive. But I'll try to keep that from happening. Someone found multiple instances in which Ava Tyson had made jokes about liking Lolly. And in another instance, or in a couple instances, replied to Shadman posts, I'll get to that in a moment, and had also bought a piece of Lolly art, physical Lolly art from Shadman, and according to an old Mr. Beast video that takes place in Chris's room, or Ava's room, as she's now known, but back then it was Chris, the poster's up on the wall. The poster's straight up on the wall. Now, mind you, this was circa 2015 to 2017, if I recall correctly. 2015, 2016, sorry. And I'm not making excuses for this. I actually despise this. I was myself a teenager at the time, and even I recognized this was inappropriate, even though I wasn't even an adult. So the fact that children, such as myself at the time, recognized this was wrong, and adults were the ones perpetrating this, goes to show how fucked the internet was back then. Shadman, pictured here, this is his avatar, which, any guesses as to why the left has never liked this guy, besides the pedo stuff? Just on top of the pedo stuff, there's some reasons why the left, progressives, normal people, have never had a big positive opinion of this guy, just out of the gate, just out of the gate. You see, Shadman, despite, and I need to be very clear here, there was never any ambiguity as to whether this guy was making child porn, or lolly, whatever I call it child porn. There was never any question, okay? You will hear defenses for some people. They might be defenses for Ava, they might be defenses for others. Doesn't matter. There was never a time in which it wasn't obvious that this guy was a pedophile, okay? It was always obvious this guy was a pedophile, and anyone who claimed otherwise at any point in this guy's online career was huffing copium. And they were either knew and were not willing to accept it, or were willing to cover for it, or were lost in the copium. And there were a lot of people lost in the copium in 2016. I want to be clear. I think that Shadman's a disgusting piece of shit. In fact, Shadman truly gained the ire of the entire internet when he drew Keemstar's daughter. I believe, according to Keemstar, she was 8 years old at the time. Shadman drew and we hate Keemstar, but that has nothing to do with disliking Keemstar. Keemstar's 8-year-old daughter in a very inappropriate context. That was the event that really drove the ire of the internet towards him. And everyone dropped him. Stopped, dropped, and rolled on him, Now, Chris Tyson, or Ava Tyson, was one of the people who has supported, and mind you, I think she goes by both those names. To be clear, I'm not, like, dead naming here. She was obviously a supporter of Shadman back in 2016. And I've talked about the fact, when this first came out, I wouldn't say I defended Ava, but I did say that I don't believe this means that Ava is a pedophile. And the reason for it was the sheer volume of particularly large content creators, like big content creators that are still big today, that back in 2016 collabed with Shadman, commissioned Shadman to make their thumbnails. Elvis the Alien made many, or sorry, Shadman has made many Elvis the Alien thumbnails, by the way. He has collabed with countless animation YouTubers, notably, one of the best friends during that era of Shadman, obviously, yes, Oni Plays, I believe, was friends with Shadman. So was Psychic Pebbles. Co-creator of Smiling Friends, the most dick-ridden thing on the entire internet right now. Psychic Pebbles, one of the most can-do-no-wrong creators ever, both a massive defender of JonTron when JonTron was, after JonTron debated Destiny and outed himself as a white nationalist. Psychic Pebbles was also, 7 years ago, one of the biggest defenders and friends of Shadman. Mind you, this is Shadman himself. This is, Corrosive55 was Shadman's stream, his YouTube channel, and this is a live stream that Shadman did, Best of Shadman, or I guess this is a alt channel, Best of Shadman Stream 2/26, 2017, featuring Spaz Kid and Psychic Pebbles. I need to be very clear here when I say that people who framed it as though Ava, having been friendly with Shadman back then, was like a death knell, who also give Psychic Pebbles, when he plays all those like Newgrounds to YouTube animators, a pass for being friendly and like defending Shadman back in the day. Mind you, this is the same year that Shadman drew Keemstar's daughter, by the way. 2017, that's the year when Shadman fell off. So like up until he was dropped by the internet, mind you, he was always a pedophile, and it was always obvious before then, but up until there was no way of denying it anymore, and there was actual pressure to do so, Psychic Pebbles was friends with Shadman. So when I tell you that disgustingly so, the internet normalized this fucking pedophile's behavior, his character, him as a person, his art was made into memes that were recognizable with just you could see like a character's eyeball and immediately know it's Shadman's art style, and it was like a joke for like a single very cropped image of a Shadman drawing to be used in memes because you recognized it was Shadman's art and it was from something awful. And so like, yeah, he still does art for Belle Delphine, so oof. Yeah, Belle Delphine, I think to this day continues to commission his art, yeah. Belle Delphine is like, I think just as bad as Shadman. For those who don't know, and I like, Belle Delphine was sexualizing herself when she was a minor. Mind you, I'm the same age as Belle Delphine, so, like, literally, I think we have the same birthday. I think we're both born in July 1999. So, like, I know how old she was when she went viral because I was the same age as her. I was 16, maybe 15 when Belle Delphine went viral, which means so was she. Like, yeah, even after she turned 18, she continued to, and it's been proven now, she uses filters to make herself look younger, and she objectively appeals to a pedophile demographic. I will die on the hill that Belle Delphine makes, her porn is for fucking pedophiles. She is an adult, sure, but obviously she's been sexualizing herself since she was a minor, and continues to try to present herself as a minor as much as she can, like as minor coded as she can, and caters to pedophiles. That is what she does. Yeah, she did like the shock shit with Too Mad. She continues to commission art, or get commissioned art from Shadman even to this day, apparently. Yeah, like I feel like Belle Delphine is actually a perfect example of a remnant of that era of the internet. A perfect example of a remnant of that era of the internet that's still, for some reason, defended and normalized. Regardless, the reason why I decided to bring all this stuff up is as a preface, right? Like, to clarify, when this is the stuff we knew, I still think I personally believe it was unreasonable to claim that Ava Tyson was a groomer. But if you want to claim Ava Tyson is a groomer, you better be willing to claim Psychic Pebbles is as well. And frankly, a lot of the people who were calling Ava a groomer had Smiling Friends profile pictures. Smiling Friends has a very big conservative fan base. Like, I don't think it's an intent of the creators, but it does. Like if you go on Twitter, most people with Smiling Friends PFPs you see are very right-wing, evidently. You know, like, so if you are not willing to apply the standard consistently, because I don't believe that Psychic Pebbles is a pedophile. I don't believe the creator of Smiling Friends is a pedo. Just like I don't believe Ava is. But if you believe that Ava is and don't believe Psychic Pebbles is, or the countless other YouTubers who have collabed and defended Shadman over the years, then in the same situation, same circumstances, then it's very clear you have other objectives here. Your goal is transphobia, not helping victims, child victims notably. But that's not where the story ends. You see, a few days ago, some big, unfortunate news came out that makes people who falsely jumped to the conclusion, in my opinion, that Ava is a groomer for the sake of transphobia, have a little bit of a big victory lap. A YouTuber named Sensitive Society, I believe, who is a right-wing, like, Leafy clone channel. I believe he actually had his art, like his profile picture, seems to be, if it's not in the same art style, it is commissioned by the same artist who did Lieutenant Corbus, Pyrocynical, and Luna's old profile pictures. If you remember, like, the 2016 commentary Leafy clone era, where these, like, simple sort of, like, profile picture, like, cartoon drawings were used as, like, it's the same kind of thing. And he's, like, very conservative. He's very right-wing. He's trying to kind of fill the new niche of Leafy. He made a video where he had dug deep into Ava Tyson's Twitter and found multiple instances where Ava had made inappropriate comments and jokes with someone who at the time was a minor. I believe their name's Lava. And many of these messages are, like, clearly jokes, but at the time, like, Ava was, like, 23 or 24, like, too old, and the kid in question was, like, 16 or 15. Now, if you're, like, 18 or 19, I think it makes sense to still be an adult, like, at 18 or 19, and maybe still have some, like, teenagers who are still not 18 yet in your friend group around, and they might hear some, like, edgy, inappropriate jokes, because, like, you could have gone to high school with them, right? Like, you might be a junior or a senior in high school, and they're a freshman, and you become friends, but then you graduate, and it's like, oh, are we just not friends? Are we not buddies anymore? Do I have to kick you, like, from my group chats and stuff? Like, that makes sense. That's acceptable. But by the time you're 23 or 24, which is how old Ava was, making jokes about how much hentai you jack off to this minor, you've gone beyond the borders of iffy and into outright inappropriate, you should know better territory. Now, there's a lot to this. Lava GT, notably, or Lava GS, or whatever their name is, has notably come out. They're now 21 years old and said that nothing inappropriate happened between them and Chris. Apparently, they did meet up at one point, but their parents, Lava's parents, were there. Nothing inappropriate happened. They met the whole Mr. Beast team, and that, like, any allegations of grooming that Ava did towards Lava are false. So basically, Sensitive Society, right-wing YouTuber Leafy Clone, tried to get, like, the story of a lifetime by outing Ava as a groomer, fails to do so because the supposed victim, which of course I don't think Lava was even reached out to by Sensitive Society, it was just, like, dug up old tweets that were public, ends up, like, denouncing the allegations, right? However, even Keemstar talked to Lava. Apparently Keemstar verified, yeah. Mr. Beast connected me directly to Lava, the alleged Chris Tyson grooming victim. Lava, I was not groomed by Chris Tyson. Lava, I did not meet Chris Tyson by myself. I met Chris and the Mr. Beast crew with my family present. Lava, I ran a Discord with Chris Tyson when I was 13, and edgy, inappropriate jokes were said. Yeah, like, Lava was 13, Chris was, like, 23 or 24. That is a insane gap of age for, like, friendship and certainly for making jokes like that in the presence of said kid. Like, it's just, you had to have known better at that age. It's not like someone, like, who's 19 who, like, graduated and their buddy who's, like, still a junior or, like, a senior in high school hasn't graduated yet, but they're still buddies, even though one of them's, like, an adult and one's a high schooler, but it's not that weird because they were friends in high school. Like, that's not the same here. That's a really age gap, you know? Now, this situation in particular, at this point, it's been fully confirmed not grooming, okay? Like, the victim themselves coming forward at 21 years old, a well and true adult, and saying, I was not groomed, you are full of shit if you claim this, stop trying to make me sound like a victim, stop trying to use me as a bludgeon against Chris, I do not consent to it. Like, when the supposed victim is claiming, like, begging people to stop trying to make them a victim, you failed that point. But Chris Tyson has been the biggest target of transphobia for a while now. If there were any skeletons in Chris's closet, they were gonna get found. They were gonna get found eventually. And they found some, apparently. Supposedly, there are now numerous other allegations. Now, to be fair, they could be false, considering that there is a pretty strong motivation and, reason to lie about this now, to have a seemingly true or unfalsifiable allegation come out against Chris. But there have now been multiple other allegations coming out, and I think some of them might have evidence. I haven't looked super deep into the newest ones, but from the sounds of it, things are looking bad. And because of this allegation, or these allegations that seem to be a lot stronger, all the transphobes and all the people who've been claiming that Ava is a groomer from the start, despite not knowing, or not having any real way of knowing, are now taking the big victory lap. And if you're wondering about, like, the crowd that's celebrating this, I mean, here's an example. America First, aka Grape Gang AF, Catholic, political genius, and nationalist, says, we all know misgender is a pedo, with 5.4 thousand likes. Yeah, so as you can imagine, the response from the right has been running the victory lap as if they knew all along that somewhere, inevitably, allegations like this existed. And if you're not already aware of, like, the right wing's playbook, they're going to signal boost this one example into the stratosphere until this one example substitutes a preponderance of data and consensus. They won't need data or statistics to prove the point anymore. This one big example of one big famous trans person doing this is enough that, like, a generation of people will associate trans and groomer together forever. Like, millions upon millions, tens of millions of Mr. Beast fans, young Mr. Beast fans, will associate trans with Chris, aka someone who has been outed as a groomer and got kicked from the Mr. Beast team because of it. And yes, she has been now kicked from the Mr. Beast team. She's no longer on the team. So the right got exactly what they were hoping for. I don't know all the details on the newest allegations. Apparently Philip DeFranco covered them in his newest episode, and I do trust him not to be insane, so we're going to go ahead and watch his little segment about it. Let's hear what the deal is.
Beautiful bastards, welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show, your daily dive into the news, and today we have another wild day of news to talk about, just filled to the brim with things that we have to talk about and that y'all want to talk about. So as always, you just hit that like button to let YouTube know you like these big daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it.
This is a news show.
I like Philly D, but he misses the mark sometimes, but his coverage is good.
The Ava Chris Tyson Mr. Beast situation. Because as this whole scandal has grown around the accusations of her inappropriately messaging a minor and all the fallout and old clips that have come out since, a lot of people have been going, well, where's Jimmy? Asking what is Mr. Beast's response to all this, because it doesn't seem like it's going away. And we ended up getting an answer last night because he posted, over the last few days, I've become aware of the serious allegations of Ava Tyson's behavior online, and I am disgusted and opposed to such unacceptable acts. During that time, I've been focused on hiring an independent third party to conduct a thorough investigation to ensure I have all the facts. That said, I've seen enough online and taken immediate action to remove Ava from the company, my channel, and any association with Mr. Beast. I do not condone or support any of the inappropriate action. In closing, I will allow the independent investigators the necessary time to conduct.
Dude, transphobes got handed the biggest W on a platter ever. I really do think it's like one of the worst things going for the trans community right now is that we need to establish firmly that trans people are a minority group. It feels like right now, any conversation about trans rights is jumping the gun before you've had the conversation and convinced the majority of the audience listening that trans people are a valid minority group deserving of, like, happiness, safety, and protection and, like, rights. You have to, like, convince people of that in the first place, because a lot of people still kind of think trans people are, like, a type of furry or something. You know what I mean? Like, how many of you guys have run into somebody who, like, they talk about trans people and it's clear that they don't know, like, the difference between, like, a gay person, a trans person, a lesbian, and a furry? Like, to them, it's, like, all one amorphous blob, and they're like, so disconnected and ignorant. It's like, they don't even know, right? I feel like we're jumping the gun when we have these, like, hardcore arguments about, like, well, these people are just going after Ava because she's trans, and they want to convince people that she's a groomer because she's trans. Like, that conversation can't come before the conversation where we've gotten a bunch of people on board with the idea that trans people are, like, a valid group, that they face problems, that they, like, you know, so, like, the arguments in favor of trans rights, right? Like, you need to fundamentally educate people and cut through the ignorance before you can get to the level of, and there's also now people who are trying to fight against the rights of those trans people, and that is bad, and here's how they do it. They find anecdotal examples where a prominent trans person has done a bad thing, and then all of a sudden they lump it in together, and, you know, it's not the same as saying, like, oh, this one black person was a pedophile. See, we can't trust black people around our kids because black people are considered a minority group. That's blatantly racist if you say something like that. Nobody would deny it. Not even racists would deny it. They'd say based because they recognize it as racist. But for a lot of normies, trans people are, like, still in their mind kind of a social contagion or a trend. So the idea of, like, there being a group of people who are hateful towards them isn't compelling to them as compelling as it should be, as compelling as if it was against gay people or black people or Asian people or like a group of people that we consider like a marginalized, like, group that has, like, targeted hate towards it, and that is bad because they're just born that way and they can't change it, and why would you do that? Hey, Zan, where's the Vosh retraction video you promised? Well, there won't be I didn't promise a Vosh retraction video for starters. Also, bros called me, like, blue MAGA grifter. It's not happening, dude. He's lied about me, as has Demon Mama, a massive amount since all that happened. But enjoy your band, buddy. I am so happy to inform you that if you are a Malding Vosh fan, I have not lost any subs because of Vosh nuking the bridge with me. The hate comments on Twitter have been embarrassingly low volume because your bubble is growing continuously smaller. I don't know why you come in here talking a mad game when, like, I'm not even going to get into it regardless. I'm not even going to waste my breath.
A comprehensive investigation.
That's how much I don't care.
Further actions based on their findings, which is a big and notable announcement on its own, but also because it seems very different from.
Dude, okay. I will give one last second of airtime to this just so we can laugh at something together, because I meant to talk about this on stream. One of the people who's shitting on me for being, like calling out Vosh's, like, torrent of anti-Biden content over the last year and no coverage of Biden's achievements, one of the people mad about that commented, as Zan's viewership gets smaller, he becomes more and more unhinged and blue MAGA. A Vosh fan commented this on my video about Biden being based. Exactly. ... Do they know? Are they familiar? Are they aware of the situation? Meanwhile, I'm gaining, like, a minimum of 100 subs a day, and Vosh is down, like, what, 2.3k over the last month? Down 2.3k subs? Like, oh, my favorite part. This is the part that made it the funniest. The addendum to the comment. He gets more blue MAGA and further from reality was the end of the comment. I can bring the comment up right now. I know this is like a complete stun lock, but I laughed so hard, and it was days and days ago, and I just remembered it, and I meant to show it on stream because it's so perfect. It's such a perfect demonstration of how nothing the hate against me is right now. Like, it's loud, but it's completely non-existent, really. Hold on, I'm scrolling through. Okay, that's when the hurricane hit. I sent it to Ethan, so I'm scrolling through my DMs with Ethan to find it. Here it is. Here's the comment. From Carrion0409, he had commented, "This did not age well." This is me, my video about how Biden is based. Mind you, it's me talking about how based Biden and Kamala's administration is. They comment, "This did not age well. I swear as Zan's audience shrinks, he's becoming more of a blue MAGA type, completely denying reality." Meanwhile, this person is denying reality because the YouTuber they are commenting this for, Vosh, is down 2.3k subs, and I am up more than that over the last month. So, okay, man. I know, a bit of a petty stun lock there, but I remember that comment, and it's a really, that comment right there is actually a really good example of the hate that his community has been sending me, and you'd think I'd be upset about it, but I'm kind of happy because the comments are like, all that funny. They're all that funny in the context of me not losing any subs over this. Because I'm correct.
What Ava said, because she very much framed it as a mutual decision. She wanted to protect the employees of Mr. Beast. But that said, in general, we saw a mixed reaction to what Mr. Beast said. Some supporting Jimmy saying you did what's best. Thanks, Mr. Beast. Now back to improving the world one video at a time. Meanwhile, you had others slamming him, saying, "We don't believe you. You knew. Disgusting."
Illegitimate scholar who seems to have like the most like they're trying very hard to look like an Aryan Scandinavian dude in their thumbnail. One thing, okay, so I've watched a couple of the up until this point coverage of Philip DeFranco of this situation. One thing I'm really disappointed in Philip DeFranco in is that he is not in any way, shape, or form, at least up until this point, maybe that'll change in this video, talked about the transphobia against Ava Tyson. Multiple clips he's shown from the people that exposed Ava go on, like one of the clips he shows has the person go on to say, "We should have known Ava was a groomer, or Chris was a groomer from the start when they say he, thought it was okay to pretend to be a woman around kids or in front of a kid audience." Philip DeFranco plays that clip and does not even in any way, shape, or form denounce or acknowledge the transphobia. So what I really dislike about this is that even more progressive, less cringe news coverage folks like Philip DeFranco are not willing to attack the transphobia because from their perspective, they know the immediate response from the right will be, "Why do you care about transphobia when kids were harmed, you fucking pedophile? You fucking groomer, you fucking pedophile. Why do you care so much about transphobia? A kid was harmed. Why are you defending this pedophile? What are you, a pedophile?" Like, that'll be the response from the right the second that, like, you even acknowledge the transphobia. And so Philip DeFranco is probably avoiding it for that reason, but maybe that changes in this video. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised.
But also, one of the most notable responses came from Lava, right? The person Ava was initially accused of acting inappropriately toward when he was a minor. Of course, as we've mentioned, he has maintained that he is not a victim, and Ava didn't do anything wrong with him outside of making edgy jokes. And he responded to Mr. Beast saying, "I commend Mr. Beast for taking this situation seriously and hiring a third-party investigator while also taking the appropriate actions of cutting ties with Ava." And saying, "While the allegations involving my name aren't true, I feel there is still a lot of other allegations that deserve to be investigated thoroughly." And then, okay, so this is the last show before the Olympics.
Okay, we're switching stories. So yeah, literally no lip service whatsoever to the transphobia. I think that was the most recent one too. Yeah, that was the most recent. Hold on, let me watch the last episode and we'll refresh really fast. Let's refresh on what was it, 2 days ago's episode from him? Does he acknowledge the transphobia from people at all? Here, actually, let's play the first story because that's the one where he plays the transphobic clip and doesn't acknowledge it in the slightest. Okay, here we go. Here's his first video covering this drama.
We're actually a sponsor.
Sensitive Society is not right-wing, and what the fuck is wrong with being a Leafy clone, you loser? He called out Synthetic Man. Yeah, man, he's not right-wing. Why would you say that to me, though? Like, do you think you're lying effectively to me? Like, that is the lie, the political lie equivalent of farting in an elevator alone with one other person there with you and then, like, accusing them of farting. It's like, they know you did it, dude. They know you did it. Why would you lie to them claiming they did it? They know they didn't, and they know you did. I know he's right-wing. He knows he's right-wing. You know I know he's right-wing. You know you're right-wing, and you know I know you're right-wing. What game are you playing, bro? I'm talking to a dumb YouTube chatter, by the way. But I always love how often right-wing YouTube chatters will do that, where they comment, like, trying to debunk the idea that the person you're talking about is even conservative. Like, who cares if they're conservative? Why are you arguing against that perspective? Also, what's wrong with being a Leafy clone? It's like the most low-effort, cringe, like, toxic content on the internet.
Sup, you beautiful bastards. Welcome back to the Philip DeFranco Show. You daily dive into the news, and a lot has happened in the past 24 hours. So you just hit that like button to let YouTube know you love these big daily dives into the news, and let's jump into it.
This is a news show.
So Ava Tyson of the Mr. Beast crew is in the middle of a massive scandal right now as she faces allegations that she inappropriately messaged a minor. And while all of this is just now blowing up online, this actually began last month when a little-known YouTube channel called Prism42 posted the allegations, right? And in it, he accuses her of starting an online...
Yeah, so, okay, Prism42 was the conservative YouTuber who started the first allegation, then Sensitive Society picked it up. My bad. But here's the clip where you're gonna get of the person who dug up the messages between Lava and Ava and started this whole thing. This is the person in question.
Friendship with a 13.
And yes, they do have a Chris Chan medallion in a Tupperware next to them because they are that kind of content creator. That is the sphere they inhabit. They're like in the lolcow sphere. Like the right wing, like, going after Lil Cal's sphere.
10-year-old boy while she was 20, then showing screenshots of several tweets that he claims are between Ava and the minor. And one from 2018,
yeah, the Chris Chan medallion tells you
Patreon,
everything.
where they're allegedly saying, guys, we are so close to our goal, one more Patreon and I'm releasing my nudes. With the two appearing to exchange kissy face and winky face emojis in a thread, and Ava eventually telling the minor directly, I posted some fire nudes for you, please no share. And there, Prism saying, even if this was just a series of raunchy jokes and no actual nudes were exchanged, in what worlds is it appropriate for an adult to joke with a kid like this? Prism then showing other screenshots, some in which Ava appears to call the kid dad, as well as another suggesting Ava was sending him Snapchat DMs with adult jokes. And Prism going on to say when the kid was 16, he met up with Ava as well as Carl Jacobs after taking a camper to the middle of the woods in a quote-unquote secluded area. With Prism then saying he interviewed this guy, who's now in his 20s, and saying he asked if Ava or anyone else on the Beast team ever assaulted him. However, there he notes that the guy fully denied that. It also seemed like they weren't on the same page, with at one point Prism saying to him directly,
that is highly inappropriate. That should have never happened. I'm sorry if your feelings were hurt in any way, shape, or form. I want you to know that.
So this was this guy's response to the person he claimed was a victim, by the way. Like, this is why I'm not a big fan of Philly D's coverage of this segment of the situation. This guy is transphobic. You'll see in a moment, because he says as much in a second. He is talking to the person who he is accusing of being a victim. This has gone from he is accusing Ava of being a predator to accusing someone of being the victim of said predation and trying to argue against said accused victims' debunks of the claims, right? So one of the claims is they went to a secluded place at a cabin, while the response from Lava is, no, my parents took me to a meetup and I met the whole Mr. Beast team and my parents were there the whole time. Nothing happened. I'm 21 now. I like, people are saying like, oh, maybe he's repressing, maybe he was paid off, but like, come on. If you're willing to deny the word of the supposed victim, then you don't care about victims. The problematic thing here is the way that Chris was speaking to a minor at the time. And Chris was like 23 at the time too. Like, we're not talking like a 17-year-old and a 13-year-old who are like buddies in school making jokes at each other, or like someone who's like still a high school junior and someone who's since graduated a year ago or something still being friends and making inappropriate jokes. This is like a 23-year-old and a 13-year-old. Did you see Lava's new tweet? Is it like a big deal new? Is it like, I'm pretty sure, like, is it, what's it say?
Inappropriate. That should have never happened. I'm sorry if your feelings were hurt in any way, shape, or form. I want you to know that I don't have any ill intention here against you. And at the end of the day, the only reason I did any of this and was trying to get this information out is because of genuine concern.
He also addressed Mr. Beast and said,
I think the work that I see you do is fine work, it's great, it's good charity. I don't have anything against you other than like the fact that, you know, you seem to be okay with having someone that says they're the opposite gender near kids.
However, you know, this video largely...
No, like, he ends the clip with the guy saying, I have no problem with you other than you think it's okay to have someone who thinks they're the opposite gender near kids. Watch Philip DeFranco not even acknowledge that in the slightest.
Really went unnoticed until this week when a creator by the name of Brion posted another video recapping Prism 42's claim. Right in it, Brion stresses that he can't confirm Prism's claims 100%.
Not even an acknowledgement of it, because like Philly D is the type of like fence sitter where he I see him shit talk Donald Trump regularly, but at the same time, he's too afraid of being lumped in with pedophile defense for calling out transphobia against Chris Tyson. So like I said, I'm not big on Philip DeFranco's coverage either, and I don't consider him a very good news channel all around, right? I've called him out multiple times over the course of my career. He's had some pretty big fuck ups, and like he has emotionally reacted to stories before and like reported falsely. And I have an example like queued up if people want to know it, but I'm not going to stun lock on it unless you guys want to know. But yeah, this whole situation has been such a fucking mess. It seems like chances are, if I were to guess, I think Ava Tyson probably has some skeletons in her closet. And I think it's probably best if she takes the furthest step possible back away from the center spotlight. I think it's best that she was removed from the Mr. Beast team. There's really... like, this whole situation has been really messy. Ava has a long history of, like, at best, really bad, edgy humor that's been dug up, and there's just no defending it, even in context. There's, like, for example, there's a good chance that the response to this video I've made ends up being clipped and framed as, like, pedo defense or something. Like I'm sure there's some clip that can be isolated, and people will try to use it like that. So I can understand the fear, but at the same time, I mean, like the guy just outright like was transphobic there, like not acknowledging it. When I know that Philip DeFranco isn't transphobic is pretty cringe. It's cowardly, you know. Mr. Beast wouldn't have cut ties without reason. Well, the reason is the public pressure. You know, like the right has enough online presence to put public pressure on Mr. Beast. So Mr. Beast pulled the trigger on that decision, and obviously Ava can be rehired if it's determined that she did nothing wrong and it's all good, and the third-party investigation brings up nothing. But in the meantime, this is obviously the best decision on a business perspective, so it's what ended up happening. Doesn't surprise me at all. Regardless, though, despite the very dour subject matter, if somehow you still enjoyed this segment, please consider leaving a like. It really does help a lot. Every single thumbs up goes a real long way in supporting the channel and pushing my content in the algorithm out to more people, so I really, 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 really do appreciate it. And of course, consider commenting and subscribing as well. Follow my social medias linked down below and join my fan Discord. It is my hub of my fan base. It's totally free to join. And tonight, I'm going to be hosting an Avatar: The Last Airbender watch party there in the theater voice chat. I'll be screen sharing the show, for those that don't know. And yeah, it's my first time ever watching it. I'm watching through it as blind as Toph, and I don't know what's going to happen. At this point, I think there's one thing that I'm spoiled on left. Or two things. Well, not really, but like, I'm just gonna say them because everybody knows these things, because it's cultural osmosis stuff. It's the kind of spoilers that everyone knows going into the show. Zuko's redemption arc. Zuko getting redeemed, everyone knows, because like Zuko's redemption arc is used as a comparison point for redemption arcs. So everyone's heard the words Zuko's redemption arcs. They all know, and you know, it's just titles, thumbnails, video. Like, it's impossible to escape. Like, if you haven't seen Avatar yet, then you fucked yourself, right? So that got spoiled, right? One other thing I've had spoiled for me is a scene that involves Toph bending a thing that is not Earth in a really creative and honestly kind of like terrifying way. Like if I was one of the people in the situation locked in the room she was in, horrifying. I saw that clip on Twitter and I was like, oh shit. So yeah, I'm excited to see more because I'm pretty much, yeah, Summer Star. I'm pretty much blind. Like literally blind entirely. Like I know nothing besides that. Yeah, okay, the metal armor scene with Toph where she's like climbing on the ceiling, I saw that on Twitter, and I know about Zuko's redemption arc. Besides that, I've seen nothing. I know nothing. I don't know how the show ends. You guys know I don't know how Avatar: The Last Airbender ends. I don't know what happens to the characters. Do not tell me. I will ban you forever if you do. I have no clue how that shit ends. I've got theories. I've got multiple theories. I think Aang lives and gets older. I think because I swear I saw like a thumbnail where old Aang is like in Legend of Korra or something. But besides that... Okay, no, I think all the main characters live at least. Except for maybe Sokka? Because I've seen references to Legend of Korra. I don't know. Aang and Fire Lord Ozai kiss. True. Zan, you're in for a treat? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Well, if you want to join that watch party, be sure to join my fan Discord. I am so hyped for us to do it tonight. And if you're watching this as a video, then you know to join my Discord so you can be there for the watch parties in the future. I also announce all my new uploads and streams. And of course, don't forget, if you want to support me financially, you can always do so by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, xanderhall.com/live. It's always very much appreciated. Or supporting me through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, or Patreon. But with all that said, thank you so much for watching. I really do appreciate it. And, have a good one. All right. I think we're just going to do 2 more segments real quick today. But first I'm going to grab a monster and read donos. And then we're going to move into my Discord to do the Avatar watch party. Oh yeah, I covered that. Okay, yeah. All right. Yeah. Oh, Korra's the next Avatar? I did not know that. Well, you just spoiled that for me, Pepper T21. Guys, you have to stop talking about the show. When I said I know nothing else, I meant it. You just spoiled more shit. Like, if you tell me something I did not just say, then you've just spoiled me on the show. I did not fucking know. So I kind of wish I didn't. But, like, yeah, I didn't know Korra is the next Avatar, so that is a good idea of how unspoiled I am, but now I'm spoiled on that. But, you know, like, I don't know that shit. I thought Korra was... No, I had no clue. I thought Korra could have just been some bender. Like, I didn't know what Legend of Korra was about at all. Like, I have no inkling as to what it's about, or, like how the world gets left by the main show, that there can be a story in that show. I am completely fucking blind. Please let me stay that way. The fun of me watching the show is that I'm watching it blind, and you guys get to see my genuine first-time reaction to everything, okay? You didn't know there was... I know there's another show, but I didn't know that Korra is the next Avatar. What about Korra? Legend of Korra. What about that title tells you she's the next Avatar? How would I know Korra is the next Avatar? How would I know who she is? I know nothing about her. Frankly, when I saw pictures of her for the first time, I thought she was just older Katara. I'm not even joking. When I first heard of Legend of Korra and saw, like, pictures and trailers for it, I thought it was just Katara years later. I thought it was a sequel that took place, like, years later when Katara is an adult. I literally had no idea who she was for a while, because that's how fucking blind I am on this. Please, let me be blind on it. Aang dies in Endgame, though. True. Alright. I'm going to use the restroom. I'm gonna go get a monster, and I'm gonna be right back to read some donos and hop right into the next segment. So don't go anywhere, chat, or I will find you. And I will eat you. My 4 p.m. crash versus Monster Energy. Who will win? Huh. Weird how my stream decided to fuck up when I went AFK. I guess better time than any? I think the stream, popped out for a second. Did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. And I also got myself a Monster Energy. I did not dry my hands, though, so they're still kind of wet, as you can see. Or can you see? Can you see that they're still wet? Yeah, you can see a little bit of, like, the glint on the back of my hand there from a little bit of moisture. Yeah, I didn't dry my hands. They're still a little wet, but I washed them. Kidney stone elixir. Real! He's not ready to find out Azula is a 400-foot-tall purple platypus bear with pink horns and silver wings. Is that real? I hope they get Appa back soon. Me too. Me too. You washed your hands. I know, I committed a great sin. A sin of all gamers, real gamers and streamers, and I washed my hands. I know, I'm the worst. T. Losalot, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. Thank you so much. It really is appreciated. Thank you so much for the $25. And I hope that Levy, Nyapolian, Jeshua, Subway, and Moody Mooney all appreciate those blue names, those free blue names. Says, sorry I missed the last 2 streams, Zan. Oh, no problem, T. Losalot. Welcome, and thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the early birthday present. For those that don't know, because I haven't mentioned it since the beginning of the stream, tomorrow's my birthday. I turn 25 tomorrow. So yeah, pretty cool. 25 tomorrow. Another year closer to death. Cammy Whammy, thank you for the $80 dues. I really appreciate that. Very kind of you. That really means a lot. That is a lot of money right there. Thank you so much. Are you sure you didn't mean to send me 8? Let me know if you need like 72 of that back or something. I'll PayPal it back if I have to, because you know, just in case you just meant to say 8 and you accidentally added an extra 0. Thank you, Cammy Whammy. That really means a lot. Thank you so much. That is a big dono, and that really means a lot. Thank you so much. Let me update the dono goal really quick. I, of course, wanted to reflect your overwhelming and kind generosity. We're over halfway to the onesie goal, by the way, guys. I found out that one of the Genshin content creators that I used to watch is friends with Asmongold. Yeah, no, like, the Genshin sphere is, like, cancer, dude. I've got friends who play Genshin, and I give them endless shit about it. Like, I never let them live it down. They're all women. And I give them constant shit for playing Genshin. Zan looking good today? Why, thank you. Isn't Genshin Impact the game that's making, like, an Africa expansion, and all of the characters, like, they're gonna be dressed in, like, traditional African and, like, African-inspired, like, traditional, like, clothing and shit, and they're gonna have, like, accents and stuff, but they're gonna all be white? Is that Genshin that's doing that, or is that, like, another shit game like that? South America? No, that's Dawntrail. Dawntrail, really? Huh. I thought Genshin did Africa, and they were all white. FF14 did South America well. Notably by, you know, making the characters that are humans that live there look like humans that live there, and then also had the actors be of, like, from South America and Central America and Mexico. Asmongold gets Wendigoon levels of good fates despite being aggressively more smug. Yeah. Well, I mean, Asmongold gets shit for being a slob, though, but then again, like, if Asmongold lived the life he did and he didn't make as much money, like, if Asmongold made as much money as I did, he would be a lolcow. Like, he already is to a certain portion of the internet, but, like, Asmongold found success before the sphere that would never let his life be normal could find him, right? He found his success, he found his audience before he, like, like Kiwi Farms and stuff could find him. Because if Kiwi Farms had found him, like, in 2011 when he was, like, living that way, but was not, like, a big streamer who had, like, less than 1,000 viewers and was making no money, they would make his life hell. They would make his life absolute hell. He would be one of the quintessential lolcows like Wings or Boogie. But Zan, I'm new gen. IDK what lolcow means. It started out as a very conservative-centric term, but it's gotten to the point of full-on, like, broad cultural adoption. A lolcow is someone who is typically an internet figure who is, for one, and this is a core aspect of what makes someone a lolcow. There are many other people who get accused of being a lolcow, but you have to have met this requirement to be one. Is a reliance on only the internet for money. And not having a lot, like, already to live off of. Like, you could, like, a lolcow couldn't retire tomorrow and just leave the internet forever and not have to worry about working another job. That doesn't, like, that wouldn't work, right? That wouldn't apply. But they have to be someone who relies on the internet for income, because it means they can't, like, run away from the bullying they're gonna get. 2, they have to be in a generally bad place and easy to get at, you know? Like, they have to be smaller, not have a lot of fans that will just, like, dunk on any troll that enters the chat, that kind of thing. And they have to do things that are, like, funny to make fun of. But even at the end of the day, like, all they have to do is, like, be trans or something, and meet all those other requirements, and a community of people will deem them a lolcow and make their lives hell, right? I've seen that happen a million times online, and that's basically what it means. Think Chris Chan, Boogie 1488, or Wings of Redemption, or I've never heard of Dragon Lord, or DSP, Darkside Phil. Correct me if I'm wrong. Is Mundane Matt a lolcow? I hear that name a lot too. I've never seen anything about that guy other than his, like, profile picture. What's his deal? Is he a lolcow? Would Low Tier God be a lolcow? Maybe. I don't know. Isn't DSP the dude who yorked his shit on stream? Yeah, he was long stroking that shit. Bro hit, like, the full-on, like, laying back. Like, he laid his head back, like, looking straight up at the sky, and, like, mouth hung open, just went, ah! Just fucking busted. Well, you're not wrong, War Penguin. Hassan would be considered a lolcow, but Hassan does not meet one of the most core, fundamental things you have to be a lolcow, and that is a reliance on the internet for income, like paycheck to paycheck, right? Like, Hassan could retire tomorrow and live a comfortable life, which means no matter how much shit he gets, he can always just delete all of his accounts and retire and be fine. But if he needed to stream tomorrow to pay his bills, then he's got to endure it. He's got to go live again or make a new video and endure the ridicule, right? And so that's one of the core things that makes someone a lolcow, is they have to stay online. They are unwilling to go work as a line cook at McDonald's, and they don't have enough money to just retire, so they have to keep enduring it. And Hassan is not in that position, so no matter how much of a... Logically, you would think he's a lolcow, but no, he's too protected, right? Well... Like, for example, my financial situation would definitely allow me to be considered a lolcow if I met, like, the other requirements. My life would have to be, like, in shambles, or I'd have to do something, like, really fucked to the broad audience, like something really embarrassing or fucked to the broad audience. And then there'd have to be a lot of creators who hate me and are willing to signal boost it. But yeah, like, my current financial situation is enough that, like, if I just stopped streaming for a month... like, I'm fucked, you know? So I have to continue streaming. So if something happened, either I need to go, like, get a regular job and just do that instead, or continue streaming, which is, I'd probably get a regular job if, like, streaming became miserable. But lolcows aren't willing to. They aren't willing to, like, quit YouTube or streaming or the internet and go get a normal job, and so they endure it. Pepper T21, wow, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the $25 dues. Gifted to perpetually wrong. Zako VTuber, I believe. Supreme Peasant, E-Man, and Russell Pfeiffer. Thank you so much for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. I hope they appreciate those free blue names. Said, could have sworn a pillow mentioned that when they explained the avatar cycle, so sorry, that's on me, take these subs. It's all good, it's all good. I must not have remembered if a pillow accidentally spoiled that before. But yeah, like, just don't say anything that hasn't been revealed by the show yet, okay? Because I don't know. You know, we want to preserve my blindness to the show until I've seen the scenes, right? Here, let's look at this video I got donated, and then we'll watch it.
Ask any kid on the soccer team for his favorite show on Cartoon Network, and he'll tell you. Dragon Ninja Academy is Beast. Why then does the woke left insist on adding a girl dragon to my favorite cartoon, when research shows that girls are boring and gay? There were already plenty of strong female characters on the show, like Draxia, the living weapon, and Dragar's dead mom. But now that progressives have added Dragonia, the dragon who likes to read and play violin, no one at recess wants to play Dragon Ninja Academy anymore. Bryson had to change the theme of his birthday party, and even Pop Pop asked me, why are you watching this girls cartoon? Before changing the channel to NCIS. So why do the postmodernists at Turner Broadcasting insist on inserting their woke progressive agenda into my favorite kids cartoon? The answer has to do with white genocide.
It actually flows perfectly. It flows perfectly. The answer has to do with white genocide. And it just cuts to the end. Ah, perfect. Oh, it's so good. I love that video. Thank you. We need more memes like that. That was just a guy, by the way. That wasn't AI. That was a dude who got, like, dressed in a suit, slicked his hair back with grease like a conservative pundit, and then did the whole green screen PragerU presentation thing. That's better than any of the YouTube poops, I think. Zan, have you been doing a new nighttime routine? Your skin is looking great. No. No, honestly. To be completely real with you guys, I suck at setting up a camera. In real life, my skin's actually pretty clear, and I've got a good complexion. But on camera, I have a horrible time getting my skin to look good. Because, like, your gain and stuff affects how you look. So if I turn my gain up, look how, like, my skin almost looks flawless if I turn my gain up. But then if you turn your gain really far down, it accentuates, like, any flaw whatsoever. And so when you level the gain out to about as close as what it would look like if you were in the room with me as possible, you get just how my face looks. But I have to constantly adjust it because the light is moving through, like, you can see I get a little light on me now. The sun's moving across that window, so it's getting brighter and darker, and I have to adjust it constantly. And so when my like camera is on the right adjustment, my skin's gonna look pretty smooth and good. When it's darker, it's gonna look a little less good, and then when it's brighter, it's gonna glow, you know? So I try to adjust it constantly to keep it in the perfect zone, but I've got to do it manually, and I gotta remember. Zan's nighttime routine is FF14 for about 5 days straight. Completely correct, but Dr. Bedrock Gaming, true. Yeah. Nighttime routine is hop on FF14. Yeah, pretty much. Oh, wait. Why am I pausing my music? This isn't a video. We're not in a segment. That was like muscle memory. Y'shtola does wonders for your skin, seeing her for that amount of time. True, yeah, that is true, yeah. No. Actually, playing Dark Knight or Viper clears up your skin, and it also makes your dick bigger. It just does that. I don't know why. Dark Knight and Viper specifically. My 2 favorite jobs. All right. The Mog Miner, thank you for the $25 donation. How kind of you. Thank you so much. Said, the world needs more gender-agnostic dragons willing to absolutely wreck respectable suitors, suitorettes, and non-suiting folk. You know, I just wish dragons were real because they're cool, you know? Like, if we just found, like, a dragon fossil one day, just like a straight up, fully intact, it's undeniable, that's a fucking dragon. dragon fossil one day, I will be so fucking happy, dude. I'll be so happy. It's possible. If dragons existed, their bones would have to be hollow like birds, which would make their bodies break down really fast, so it would be really hard for them to be preserved, which doesn't mean that, like, we'd never know. It means that it would make sense that we wouldn't have found a fossil yet. Yeah, there's been some animals that we thought were completely fictional that we found out, oh wait, hold on, these existed? Like, holy shit. We found fossil evidence of these things. There's been a couple. That would just be a pterodactyl? No, I mean a full-on fire-breathing dragon. Or at least it doesn't have to breathe dragon, but it has to, like, you'd look at it and you'd be like, that's a fucking wyvern. Or like a worm, or like some variant of dragonkin, you know? Some bullshit like that. Yeah, like full-on Game of Thrones, Smaug, Skyrim, Alduin-looking motherfucking dragons. That's what I want, yes. FF14's dragons are pretty cool, but they're not really animals. They're more like, they're... Spoiler alert, dragons in FF14... They say they come from a place, they flew to the land where the game takes place across the... what do they call it? Across the Starless Sea, I think they called it. I think they called it the Starless Sea, or the Black Sea or something. And you assume, oh, they flew from like the Great Expanse. Thank you. They say they flew across the Great Expanse. When you hear that, you would just think, oh, they flew across a great distance, like across the planet or something. No. No. They flew across space. The dragons are aliens. Don't know much about FF17 lore, but so are dragons like aliens? It's FF14, not 17, but yes, they are aliens. Dragons are straight up aliens. Their planet got fucked, and so one single dragon took its clutch of eggs and flew across the universe to the planet that FF14 takes place on, and reared its young on the planet. And so they talk about how their sire flew across the Great Expanse, and you think, oh, they like flew across like the ocean from another continent. The Great Expanse is space, and like the distance is huge. Like it's the other side of the universe they flew from, like a very far distance, because they couldn't find any planets with life. That's the creepy thing, is they flew for eons and found no life until they got to our planet. And eventually we find out why. No one in chat say, because no spoilers, but eventually we find out why the dragons couldn't find any life anywhere but on our planet. It was me, Barry. Thank you, Mogminer. I appreciate it. And then Perry Icefire, thank you for the $20 donation. How kind of you. How based. How pog. Says, happy early birthday. I just wanted to say that you have the chin. You have a chin similar to the Giga Chad. Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I do hear that a lot. I do hear it a lot. No, I do not mew. I did have the luckiness of getting braces when I was younger. Having braces is pretty big. It does a lot for your jawline and your chin. But at the end of the day, you just gotta mew, guys. You just gotta mew daily. You just gotta... You just gotta mew. You just gotta mew. You just gotta mew. That's all it is. You just gotta mew. That's all it is. Thank you, Perry Icefire. I appreciate it. Thank you. Let me update the dono go really fast, then we're gonna hop into the next segment. Probably the last segment for the day, because we've stunlocked really long. And I'm streaming tomorrow anyway, so... Yeah, braces are expensive, unpleasant, but you're glad you got them later on. Alright. Can I mew too? True. All right, guys. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. All right, everyone. This is some good news. I know that the news today has not been fantastic. I mean, the Kamala stuff is good, but outside of that, you know, kind of bad news today. But this news is through and through 100% good. World of Warcraft devs form Blizzard's first wall-to-wall union 3 years after a walkout. If you guys don't remember, the Blizzard devs, they hosted a walkout 3 years ago, and it was like a big protest they did, and now, as of yesterday, they have formed a 500-employee union. One so large that if they fired all these people, or even one of them, and they all resigned or stopped working, the company would be fucked. Which is the whole point of a union, is that you've basically got the company you work for by the balls, where they've got to treat you well, and you've got to treat them well, or everything falls apart. But as long as everyone does their part, and everyone is treated fair, everybody's happy. Except for, obviously, those that want to fuck over their workers and, you know, just to get extra pennies. But, obviously, no one would want to fuck over their workers and get extra pennies, right? Like, Blizzard execs wouldn't want that, right? Right? Surely. This is off the heels of apparently some Bethesda devs also unionized over the last week. I don't know much about that situation, but I imagine we're about to learn about it in this article. More than 500 Activision Blizzard employees have formed a union with the Communications Workers of America, just days after a union was formed at Bethesda Game Studios. Mind you, that's Bethesda Game Studios. Bethesda is also a publisher. They have a lot of studios under them. So this is specifically referencing their dev wing, right? Like Bethesda, or at least one of Bethesda's dev wings. I think they'd have multiple, right? So like, I think this is the studio that makes like Skyrim, Fallout, right? If you're going to talk about some devs striking, please also cover SAG-AFTRA's voice actors and motion actors also striking as of the past 24 hours. Okay. Is there another SAG-AFTRA strike? Ooh, yeah, there is, over AI concerns. Okay, we'll follow up. We'll read that article right after this one. Thank you, Mogminer. I appreciate it. For those that don't know, Mogminer is a game developer. I think you're okay with me saying where you work, right? Is that allowed? I usually don't. Is that because I don't know if I'm allowed? Please be clear that it's ZeniMax Media Incorporated, where QA and CS have been unionizing. Okay, so it's ZeniMax Media Incorporated. That is the company that owns Bethesda, the publisher, which owns Bethesda Game Studios and a bunch of other development teams and studios that you'll know, right? So like Machine Games is an example. I think id Software, ID Software as well. So yeah, Bethesda as a publisher is owned by ZeniMax Media, and ZeniMax Media is the company that is being protested here. I'm not representative of where I work. Okay, fair. I mean, I'm just, you know, generally saying like I don't want to dox your place of work if I'm not allowed. I'm overcautious about those kind of things, you know. True, yeah. Mog only speaks for themselves, not representative of the company's position. The larger of the two units is being called... Oh, wait, sorry. Both studios have been acquired by Microsoft. And Microsoft owns ZeniMax as well, I'm assuming, right? So even higher up the totem pole from ZeniMax, we've got Microsoft. In recent years, benefiting from a labor neutrality agreement at the company. At Blizzard, the unionization push has resulted in two separate units, one consisting of World of Warcraft developers and one made up of QA testers. The larger of the two units is being called the World of Warcraft Game Makers Guild. It's what's known as a I love that it's called the fucking Game Makers Guild. That goes hard. The fucking WoW union is called a guild. That goes hard. It's what's known as a wall-to-wall union, meaning everyone on the World of Warcraft team is covered by its agreement, regardless of their title or duties. In contrast, the second union form simultaneously consists solely of QA testers, including teams working on Diablo. Quote, there aren't a lot of games as big, successful, long-standing, and celebrated as World of Warcraft, and the place Blizzard occupies in this industry has a lot of influence. Senior producer of World of Warcraft Samuel Cooper tells Inverse, we hope we inspire other workers to organize and win a voice at the table. There's been so many friends I've tried to convince to play World of Warcraft Classic with me, and they're always like, I'll never support Blizzard again after the sexual harassment scandal, and it's like, they fired the people doing the sexual harassment, so like, you won't support the victims of the sexual harassment that didn't get fired that are still working at the company? Because the sexual harassers are the ones that got fired and aren't there anymore. So the people you're boycotting are the employees who got sexually harassed. And usually, like, a lot of the jokes made about the employees and Blizzard, they'll joke about, like, Blizzard employees are drinking breast milk. It was higher up management that were hosting the cube crawls. The breast milk drinking thing was higher up management. So the people they're shitting on, the devs, were the ones that were victims of the creeps at Blizzard. So all of the, like, I hope that this ends up being, like, a kill shot in response to,
I'll never support another Blizzard game again. No, I won't play Classic WoW with you. Weh.
I'll just respond, oh, you won't play, like, one of the few, like, wall-to-wall unionized game development, like, games, like, developed by a union? Okay. Like... Damn, bro, they had Homelander working at Blizzard? But actually, though, yeah. No, but literally. Like, they had someone at Blizzard who was stealing breast milk from a pregnant, or I guess, like, nursing mother. Because she had a fridge, or I guess she was keeping it in, like, there might have been, like, a mini fridge where she was keeping, like, bottled breast milk in her office or, like, in a break room or something because, like, she's a nursing mom. And apparently the bottles were going missing. So some employee or higher up, and they got found out, it was a higher up, I think, was stealing the breast milk and doing God knows what with it. God knows what. You coming to play War Within? Oh yeah, I'll definitely play War Within. I've obviously got a lot of work to do in FF14, and War Within comes soon, so I might not be a day one War Within guy. And it really depends. Like, I'm gonna watch a little bit of like a streamer's playthrough, and see how the opening of the expansion goes. And if I'm not impressed, then I'm not even gonna pay for the subscription. I'm gonna be real. FF14 might have got me, guys. If War Within is not the game changer it's been promised to be, and I'll be able to tell within like 5 minutes of watching a streamer play through the opening of the expansion, if it's not the game changer it's been promised to be, I'm not even gonna bother playing it. Dragonflight was fun, but like once you've experienced FF14, it's hard to go back to WoW. Except for Classic. Classic is like its own thing and is so unique from FF14, but if you're playing modern WoW, unless War Within fixes it, like modern WoW is just an inferior iteration of a modern MMO compared to FF14. Like if you want to play a modern MMO, play FF14. If you want to play like an old school MMO, play either old school RuneScape or WoW Classic. They are truly different experiences. I'd say FF14 and Classic WoW are just not comparable. They are completely different and offer completely different experiences, yeah. Anyway, getting stunlocked. In 2022, Microsoft entered into a labor neutrality agreement with CWA, which protects workers' ability to unionize without interference from the company. Under the agreement, workers are free to communicate about union formation and are provided with an online platform to streamline any union vote. That online platform was used in the vote to form the World of Warcraft Union, in which 300 employees voted in favor and 18 voted against. The World of Warcraft Union became the largest wall-to-wall union at Microsoft just a week after Bethesda's 241-person union first claimed the title. I love how the first union happens over at Bethesda, and then like a week later, one happens at Blizzard. This could be precedent setting. What do you think this is telling the rest of the gaming industry? Like, how quick do you expect more unions to start popping up in the game industry? I hope fast. I hope it's exponential. I hope like every other day it's like, this studio just unionized. Oh, CD Projekt Red just unionized. Oh, this team is unionized. The Fortnite devs just unionized. Like, I hope it's just day after day. Like, the game industry slowly realizes like, oh wait, we can do that? Fuck, I hope. There's more to it than that, I imagine, though, which I'll be getting into in the next article that Mogminer just sent me. Cooper says that among the issues that workers are eager to negotiate, wages are a high priority, as they should be. Irvine and Boston are not cheap places to live and work, Cooper says. Members have opinions on the bonus structure, wages themselves, a distinction between cost of living and merit increases, and more. We'll rely on member surveys to make sure we prioritize the right things when bargaining for compensation. Okay, Mogminer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I've heard this from other game developers before. Game devs get paid based on the success of the game past a certain point, right? Like there's a base pay, and then like there's almost like a commission. Like if the game pops off, there's like a stimulus, and that's like the thing that game devs bank on from these big studios, right? Is that the game they worked on, it ends up being big, and they end up getting paid more than their salary, like kind of a royalty. I've heard this, but I don't know how true it is or how widespread this practice is. You don't have to speak from your experience, Mogminer, but if you like can vague tweet about like the game industry at large, that would help. No, they don't. Game devs get base salary and then get bonuses based on performance. That's exactly what I just said. Violet Walsh. Chat. This person replied, no, they don't. Game devs get a base salary and then they get bonuses based on performance. Is that not what I just said? Is it performance in work? Or is it performance in the product? No, you said they get royalties. Oh my god. Do I ban this person? Do I ban them for their pedanticness? Because like, that's a red flag, right? That they got shitty over me saying royalties instead of... Oh, and they called me an... Okay, yeah. Yeah, they'll get banned. Yeah. Enjoy that, Violet Walsh. Have a good one, buddy. Dude, one of the biggest, like, tells as to whether or not there's a psycho in chat is how pedantic they are. I'm so good. I'll say things that are 100% right. But, like, one word, I always, like, accidentally say a word that means the same thing, but isn't the, like, word that's commonly associated with it. And some pedantic fuckhead will pretend not to get what I'm saying and bitch in the chat. And every time, it's like the most ideal red flag ever. Like the second I see that, it's like, okay, ban them. Because those people always end up being a bigger problem down the road. They always, like, they are conflict minded, you know what I mean? That's a little bit of streaming advice for you guys out there. If you start to build an audience and you notice you've got conflict minded audience members, might be worth proactively banning those people, because if they build up to a sizable portion of your fan base, it can be a problem in the future. Trust. Quote, we continue to support our employees' right to choose how they are represented in the workforce, and we will engage in good faith negotiations with the CWA as we work towards a collective bargaining agreement, a Microsoft spokesperson said in an email. The smooth process of union recognition, in this case, is a stark contrast to the first union formed at Activision Blizzard, which was also the first union at any U.S. game developer. In 2022, quality assurance workers at Raven Software voted to form the Game Workers Alliance under the CWA. In that case, union elections were overseen by the National Labor Relations Board and only came after a month-long strike following an earlier round of layoffs. Now that the World of Warcraft team has voted to form its union, it will begin negotiations with Blizzard Entertainment management on the specifics of its contract. While the details are yet to be worked out, the genesis of Blizzard's unionization efforts does point to some protection workers may be fighting for. In 2021, Blizzard was sued by California's Department of Fair Employment and Housing, which alleged that sexual harassment and discrimination were rampant. Activision Blizzard settled the suit for $54 million last year, but the lawsuit and the response from management helped spur employees to first walk out when beginning to form their union. That was 2 years ago. The games industry has also been through a rough wave of layoffs for the past few years, including 1,900 at Activision Blizzard in 2024. That's so far this year. 1,900, nearly 2,000 employees have been laid off. At the same time, employees at many studios are being asked to return to in-office work after years of remote options that began during the lockdown of 2021. It's highly likely that Blizzard's newly unionized workers will seek protections around layoffs and remote work as well. Yeah, game development is like there's no excuse for like game devs not to be able to do their work in a remote setting. Like, it makes no fucking sense. Like, I get like the office environment is probably useful a lot of the time, but from what I've heard, at least, like, Hytale has been developed largely remotely, you know? I think if you can't make remote... I think if you can't make the remote work, that is a failure of management, not a failure of the workers or of remote working. Like, game projects can totally be done that way. I don't... It seems cheaper, right? Like, isn't it cheaper for employees to work from home too? Like, you're not having to power all the lights for every single cubicle for workers, every room, less water running, less like air conditioning or heating. Like, wouldn't it just be like cheaper all around? Like wouldn't it be cheaper all around to just like work from home for a lot of these types of jobs where you're just at a computer? But then they can't get rid of that office they paid so much for? Yeah, I guess. They paid for the offices already, but, like... I don't know, man. Like, if I could just opt out of having to pay the bills to, like, provide office necessities to my workers, and they could just work from home and still get about the same amount of work done, I feel like that pays off. I don't know. Whereas Paradox pulled the move of tapping one of their own in-house studios for Magicka 2, Sony had the courtesy to approach it. Okay, sorry. I don't know if that's related to what I'm talking about now. The World of Warcraft Game Makers Guild is the only wall-to-wall union at Activision Blizzard, but it's not the largest union at the company overall. This March, around 600 QA testers unionized at Activision, becoming the largest union of game developers in the United States. The latest unions bring the total of unionized game workers at Microsoft to more than 1,700, almost as many as were laid off this year. According to the CWA, the new unions at Blizzard are expected to galvanize workers at other studios to begin organizing efforts of their own. That's what I said, and that's what I hope. Quote, unionizing one of the most successful games ever signifies the rising power of worker solidarity across the industry, from AAA studios like Sega and Bethesda to indie developers. Tom Smith, senior director of organizing at CWA, said, quote, what seemed impossible 6 years ago is now a reality, and this is just the beginning. This is pretty big. I've also got another article here from the Associated Press that goes on to say, video game performers will go on strike over artificial intelligence concerns. We are currently, and this is today's news, this is today, a shitload of video game voice actors and mocap artists are striking with SAG-AFTRA right now. Like, if you guys remember the SAG-AFTRA strikes for actors and whatnot, and like that happened a little while ago, the voice actors and mocap artists are doing this now. And we're about to find out why. Certainly good reasons, but we're about to find out those reasons. Los Angeles AP. Hollywood's video game performers announced they would go on strike Thursday, throwing part of the entertainment industry into another work stoppage after talks for a new contract with major game studios broke down over artificial intelligence protections. For those that don't know, game executives, like executives of game companies, want to start using AI to replace voice actors, particularly because there is the potential for a lot more interaction with NPCs with that ability, and it would save a lot of money. But at the same time, you are eliminating an entire line of work, and that's not good. That can't be allowed. The strike, the second for video game voice actors and motion capture performers under the Screen Actors Guild American Federation of Television and Radio Artists, or SAG-AFTRA, will begin at 12:01 a.m. Friday. That 12:01 a.m. Yeah, literally it started at midnight, like when it ticked over this morning, so it's today. The move comes after nearly 2 years of negotiations with gaming giants, including divisions of Activision, Warner Bros., and Walt Disney Company, over a new interactive media agreement. SAG-AFTRA negotiators say gains have been made over wages and job safety in the video game contract, but that the two sides remain split over the regulation of generative AI. A spokesperson for the video game producers, Audrey Cooling, said the studios offered AI protections, but SAG-AFTRA's negotiating committee said that the studio's definition of who constitutes a performer is key to understanding the issue of who would be protected. Obviously, yeah, if the companies are presenting like, no, we totally already, we want to protect them from AI taking their jobs. Yeah, right. Clearly the union has a problem with whatever plan the companies put forward for good reason. Quote, the industry has told us point blank that they do not necessarily consider everyone who is rendering movement performance to be a performer that is covered by the collective bargaining agreement, SAG-AFTRA Chief Contracts Officer Ray Rodriguez said at a news conference Thursday afternoon. He said some physical performances are being treated as data. Without guardrails, and mind you, like, mocap is one of the most impressive forms of performance out there. Need I remind you of fucking Andy Serkis, the fucking goat, Caesar in the Planet of the Apes movies, fucking Gollum in Lord of the Rings? Like, he's the mocap guy. You can't tell me that, like, the way that, especially, I think watching Andy Serkis do mocap performance is really the best way to see how much skill and unique skill it takes to do mocap performance, is that, like, it takes more. You have to over-exaggerate everything in a way that almost feels unnatural so that the emotions translate over to the digital actor. And it's a very unique skill, and it's hard to do without looking goofy or making the wrong faces. You have to have so much control of your face. Like, Andy Serkis must be able to, like, wiggle his ears and, like, make eyebrow caterpillars and shit, because you need to be able to do those things to be a mocap artist. There's so much to it. It's not just the movements of your body. It comes down to your face and emotions, and you have to present emotions in a very, clear way for it to be picked up. I don't know all the details, but I can tell you from watching behind the scenes of, like, mocap work, it's hard and it's impressive. I think, let me show one of my favorite examples. Raising Kratos. This is the documentary that Sony Santa Monica made, where they show a ton of the work that went into the mocap performance for Atreus, Kratos, Freya, everybody. Let me skip to the part where they're doing the mocap bit here. Let's see if I can find it. Here it is, yeah. Okay, here's a bit where we get to see some, like, this is really high budget mocap. Or sorry, the industry now has performance capture where specifically don't need to exaggerate as much. Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah, performance capture, my bad, Mogminer. Performance capture would be the more accurate term for it, not mocap. I'm sorry. Mocap is like this really, it's like Kleenex or hot tub or jacuzzi, or like, it's a very specific term that's been so, like, normalized as, like, a umbrella term, but it's actually, like, completely wrong when you say it that way. It's performance capture. I actually like that word better, too.
Not going the way that she had hoped.
Yeah, here's an example of what it looks like.
If it hadn't been that, it could have been anything else in my life where there was a goodbye from someone that, abandonment issues. I mean, come on, we're human. We've all got our bag of pain. Oh, that. Okay, we'll use that one.
Yeah, like in Barry.
Cut. Z-pose. Thank you. Clear. Markers down.
Oh, just one little marker. Who needs my pinky? Oh, his pinky too.
I think as an actor, you always want to feel safe. You always want to, because when you do. It's
a whole documentary, and it's like 2 hours long, so we're not gonna watch the whole thing. But there's a good few bits where they show, like, the behind the scenes of the the performance capture and stuff. So yeah, they do. Except performance capture tends to avoid a lot of the issues of mocap. That makes sense, because I've seen that, like, a game I'm pretty sure was mocapped and not performance captured was the original Until Dawn. Until Dawn, fantastic game. One of the first games that, like, heavily used mocap, I think. But I'm pretty sure it's mocap. Because notably, if anyone remembers anything about Until Dawn, it's that a lot of the characters talk like this. And it's because the actors, A, they're TV and movie actors, so they probably didn't have a lot of experience with performance capture or mocap. And 2, I'm pretty sure the technology was just worse back then. And I think it was just mocap technology, not performance capture. And they had to talk like this and make faces and emotions like this for it to carry over. Yeah, Until Dawn is goated, dude, but yeah. I sent you a link to Goodbye Kansas's breakdown of the Helldivers 2 intro cutscene. It was heavily performance captured. Ooh. Ooh. Okay, hold on, let's check that out. Hold on. For those of you guys that don't know, Mogminer in chat worked on Helldivers 2. So they sent some cool video that breaks down the intro cinematic for Helldivers 2 and the mocap work that went in. Let's check this out. Or the performance capture, I should say. Is it yeah. Performance capture.
Super Earth. Our home.
Well, it's the same company that made the quarry.
Prosperity. Liberty.
Prosperity.
Hi there. Democracy.
Oh, democracy. I fucked it up.
Our way of life.
Dude, so cool. Who remembers the iconic image of all the Doom guy faces? Who remembers all the different Doom guy faces that were like viral memes? Who remembers that? Who's seen the picture where it's just Doom guy mewing? Let me see if I can find Doom guy mewing really fast. Okay, to be fair, Doom guy is always mewing. Never mind. I forgot, he's always mewing. No, not the 16-bit faces, no. Here, we'll go back to it. No! Sweet liberty! No! So good. I've watched this intro probably 1,000 times. Like, every time I boot up Helldivers 2, I never skip this intro. I always just watch it. It goes so hard.
Look familiar? Scenes like these are happening all over the galaxy right now. And you could be next.
You could be next.
Right now. And you could be next. Prove to your...
Dude, they've got to, like, slow it down, speed it up, and, like, rewatch it a million times. Make sure, like, syncing works and everything, and there's no, like, small mistakes or glitches. Probably, like, it's not just the performance capture. It's the work that goes into, like, turning the performance into the game as well. Like transferring it over. There's a lot of work that goes in there, too.
Yourself that you have the strength and the courage to be free.
I saw this shot on Twitter. I've seen this shot on Twitter. This side-by-side here, where he like, lowers that down to be, like, the like, tracker for the helmet is. I've seen this on Twitter, this one GIF.
Join the Helldivers.
Yeah, it's 1-to-1. You're not wrong, Mogminer. Oh, that goes hard. Nothing goes harder than that fucking chest bump, dude. The fucking planting the flag into the Terminid, and just chest bumping after raising the flag. It's perfect. I love how they got the chest bump. I love that they really did it too. Of course they did, but like, oh, it's so perfect. It's so good. Yeah, dude, like, performance capture is big. The fact that there are executives that are trying to say that their performances are not performances, that they aren't actors, they aren't due to the benefits of a performer, and that their performance is just data. That's what they're trying to say. It's just data. It doesn't qualify as a performance. Clear bullshit. Like it's very clear this is acting. This is performance. This is work. There's no reasonable person would watch the work that is entailed in performance capture and say that's just data. You don't deserve to be considered a performer. No one would. No one in their right mind would. Without guardrails, game companies could train AI to replicate an actor's voice or create a digital replica of their likeness without their consent or fair compensation, the union said. Quote, "We strike as a matter of last resort. We have given this process absolutely as much time as we possibly can," Rodriguez told reporters. "We have exhausted the other possibilities, and that is why we're doing it now." Dude, AI might be what, drives so many workers towards, class consciousness, unironically. It looks that way. AI is scary. Even I, who's I'm 25 tomorrow, right? That's pretty old, but it's also pretty young. And even at my age, I grew up on Terminator, okay? Terminator is one of my favorite franchises. So at a very young age, I think I was probably 7 when my Uncle Nick showed me Terminator 2 for the first time. And he just sat me down. Was like, "You're going to love this movie." And he put on Terminator 2. And I loved it. I had nightmares, that's for sure. I was 7, so I had nightmares for weeks because the opening of the movie is, it fucked with me a little bit as a kid. But outside of that, loved the fucking movie. And ever since then, I've known the threat of AI. Like generations have known the threat of AI. And so I absolutely could see, people's fear of a real-life Skynet driving them to class consciousness. The possibility of AI taking your job is a real motivator, a real radicalizer of sorts. Cooling said the company's offer extends meaningful AI protections. Oh, I'm sure you guys wouldn't try to fuck your performers in exchange for paying them less money and making more money in the long run. Yeah, absolutely not. Quote, "We are disappointed the union has chosen to walk away when we are so close to a deal, and we remain prepared to resume negotiations," she said. Andy Norris, an actor and member of the union's negotiating committee, said that those who do stunt work or creature performances would still be at risk under the game company's offer. Oh, you know what else? There's so much work that goes into making games, and they're not even going to mention all of them here, I bet. Foley artists. Are we even going to give a convo about Foley? Because I remembered, for those who don't know, Foley effects are sound effects made by a person using a variety of different tools and objects in order to replicate noises that our minds would more readily associate with a certain situation when watching a piece of media. So instead of recording a real sound of a boot crunching into the snow, they might crinkle 2 pieces of foam together to make a snow crunch sound because it'll carry through clearer through audio compression in a show or a movie or a game. And so Foley effects, that's a massive field of art, is just being able to replicate what sounds right for a sound effect, right? Foley artists are used a lot in gaming. I mean, I know a good few games that used Foley artists specifically for all their sound effects they didn't pull from a sound library. One game using Foley effects is Hytale. I can bring up the blog post now if you guys want to see, because I feel like this is a game development appreciation segment as well. This is my most hyped game of all time, by the way, guys. Hytale. Blog post. Let's see. Where was the one where they showed the Foley effects? I think it was 2019 is when they showed that off. Creature sounds. I think this is the one. And I think they included a video of how the sounds are made. Does this show where the sounds come from? Is it the top video? Is it in this one? I could have sworn there's a blog post where they break down the Foley effects that they did for the game's sound. Oh, dog. Don't do this to me. No, I'm just gonna Google it. Hightail Foley effects. If I scroll through every blog post, I'll be silently here for an hour. Here we go. Found it. So yeah, here's how a ton of the Foley effects for Hightail are being made. And this is obviously, like, this isn't even, like, the craziest Foley studio I've seen in my life. I've seen ones where it's, like, a lady in a room that's filled with, like, wall-to-wall filled with random shit. And it's not just, like, clutter. The random shit is all there for a reason. Like, they're like, can you make a sound that's, like, raindrops spattering on a rooftop? And she's like, yeah, give me 5 seconds. And then she'll just root around in a pile, pull out 2 things, and then rub them together, and it makes the exact sound of, like, rain hitting, like, a steel roof. And you're like, holy shit! You knew exactly where those 2 objects were. You knew what you needed to make that sound, and you knew where they were in this massive clutter. This is organized chaos, you know what I mean? This is a much more tidy Foley studio than I've seen before, but this is another example of, like, the secret work that goes into the things you enjoy. The sound effects. You basically get a lot of different sound bits that are, like, specifically best to be used in certain situations. They also get ambient, like, the game's ambient sounds are going to be from places like this. So this is a location where they captured ambient noise. That is very pretty. Holy crap. It's like a flooded... I'm guessing a beaver dam is what happened here. Right? That's all that makes sense. Either there was some insane flooding, or beavers built a dam. I don't know where this is, but I think this is the result of a beaver dam, if I were to guess. Because they dam up a river, and then everything before the dam starts overflowing like this. So yeah, this certainly looks like a beaver did it. Anyway, very beautiful environment. Very good example of, like, how even sound effects for stuff are gotten. Like, there's workers that it is their job to make sound effects and capture sound. Andy Norris, an actor and member of the union's negotiating committee, said that those who do stunt work or creature performances will still be at risk under the game company's offer. The performers who bring their body of work to these games create a whole variety of characters, and all of that work must be covered. The proposal would carve out anything that doesn't look and sound identical to me as I sit there, when in truth, on any given week, I am a zombie. I am a soldier. I am a zombie soldier, Norris said. We cannot and will not accept that a stunt or movement performer giving full performance on stage next to a voice actor isn't a performer. True. The global video game industry generates well over $100 billion. It's the biggest entertainment industry in the world. Well over $100 billion in profit annually, according to game market forecaster Newzoo. The people who design and bring those games to life are the driving force behind that success, SAG-AFTRA said. Members voted overwhelmingly last year to give leadership the authority to strike. Concerns about how movie studios will use AI help fuel last year's film and television strikes by the union, which lasted for a whole 4 months. The last interactive contract, which expired in November 2022, did not provide protections around AI, but secured a bonus compensation structure for voice actors and performance capture artists after an 11-month strike that began in October 2016. That work stoppage marked the first major labor action from SAG-AFTRA following the merger of Hollywood's two largest actors' unions in 2012. The video game agreement covers more than 2,500 off-camera voice-over performers, on-camera motion capture stunt performers, stunt coordinators, singers, dancers, puppeteers, and background performers, according to the union. Amid the tense interactive negotiations, SAG-AFTRA created a separate contract in February that covered independent and lower-budget video game projects. The tired budget independent interactive media agreement contains some of the protections on AI that video game industry titans have rejected. Games signed in an interim interactive media agreement, tiered budget independent interactive agreement, or interim interactive localization agreement are not part of the strike, the union said. So, an interim interactive media agreement, what is that? The interactive media agreement, video game strike order extends to interactive programs produced under the Screen Actors Guild. Certain interactive programs, however, are not struck and therefore not within the scope of this strike's order. These include interactive programs approved for an interim interactive media agreement or interim interactive localization agreement, or signed to a tiered budget independent agreement that are not struck, and members are encouraged to work these programs during the strike. So are these like, if there's like a companion app for a game, the developers of the companion app aren't necessarily included in the strike? I think is what they're getting at here, like, because a lot of games will come with like there might be a game benchmark, which was made by a different studio. That wouldn't be striked, even if it's, you know, like the FF14 benchmark was made not by the FF14 devs. Like, they sent that stuff to a different studio that made the benchmark, so you could run the graphics update benchmark. So like that would be like a companion software that might not apply. Or like if there's a companion app that lets you like check your character when you're like away from home on your phone, I guess that wouldn't apply. Like the developers of those, maybe? Like for PC, yeah, like when you run a benchmark on your computer to test the performance of the game. Yes, Game Master 19. Anyway, with that said, I am fully behind the striking performers as well as the unionizers over at Bethesda and Blizzard. What great news. Obviously, you know, not 100% great news in the striking performers, because we don't know if they're going to get what they want, but as for the unionizing game developers, this is some pretty great news. Not to mention, we've seen nearly 2,000 Microsoft-owned game studios, we've seen nearly 2,000 employees total at Microsoft-owned game studios in the last, like, month unionize? Nearly 2,000 employees. That's fucking crazy. It's almost as many as they've terminated this year. Fallout 4 is something that in the form of the Pip-Boy app where you can look at your character's stats. Yeah, like that's what I'm talking about. Where you, like if there's a companion app like for Fallout 4 where you can look at your character on like your phone, the developers for that app, I guess it wouldn't include. But yeah, with all that said, if you like what you heard, and you feel like you've been informed, please consider dropping a like. Every thumbs up really does go a long way. Boosts the channel and the algorithm and helps more people see my content, and, you know, maybe they become fans. So thank you so much to everybody who hits that button. Subscribe and ring the bell icon if you haven't already. It really does mean a lot to me, as always. And follow my social medias linked down below in the description, comment, and join my fan Discord. It is the main hub of my community. In fact, right in a few moments after I wrap up stream, we're going to be heading into my Discord server, into the Zan's Theater voice chat, where we are going to be watching the next, just finishing Season 2 of Avatar The Last Airbender, which I'm watching through completely blind. I really do hope to see you all there. I hope you enjoyed. Don't forget, you can also support me financially by donating, subscribing, or gifting a sub on my website, which is always appreciated. xanderhall.com/live, or through YouTube, Twitch, Streamlabs, all that, buying merch. It's always appreciated. Regardless, though, thank you for watching, and as always, have a good one. Nice. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like it came out pretty good. That is our last one for the day, so I'm about to start herding you all into the Discord. Pretty damn good? Hell yeah. Nice. How do you guys like today's stream? I feel like it was a good one. Some good topics, too. Obviously, Kamala is big news. What do you mean herding me into the Discord? Way ahead of you, buddy. Alrighty. Excellent. It is watch party time, everyone. It is watch party time. I hope you're all excited. Make sure, if you're not already a member of my Discord, you join via the link in the description. And you're going to want to join the Xander's Theater voice chat, which I'm going to start the stage now. Avatar The Last Airbender Season 2. Was ATLA Watch Party. Season 2 through 3 Watch Party. Woo! There we go. Very nice. Okay, everybody. Welcome, welcome. I'll be making an announcement in just a moment, and we'll be starting the watch party in honestly less than 10. But in the meantime, I must wrap up my stream really quick, so enjoy the sound of me ending stream while I tell chat to come watch. I'll BRB. All right, everyone. We are now in my Discord server. We are in the Xander's Theater voice theater chat. It's called ATLA S2-3 Watch Party, Avatar Season 2 through 3 Watch Party, because we're watching the end of Season 2 and beginning of Season 3 today. And I hope to see as many of you as possible there. We've already got 31 people in the VC, so I hope to see more of you guys come on in. It's going to be a fun time. I hope you guys enjoyed today's stream, and as always, I hope you have a good one. I hope to see you in the watch party. See you in my Discord. Bye! Doo-doo fart.